Hello, welcome back to World Sport as we look ahead to that FIFA World Cup draw in less than 2 hours' time with Amanda Davis out in Qatar, the controversial host of the 2022 tournament, and Darren Lewis, our senior sports analyst, with me here in the studio. Darren, I want to get to you for a potential outcome in that draw. This is where we can speculate as much as we like. A potential group of death with Brazil, Germany are in the second seed pot, Senegal, the African champions, and Canada, who've so impressed in North American qualifying.
Yeah, it would make some epic matchups, wouldn't it? Brazil, the 5-time winners, a galaxy of stars, Edison or Alisson in goal. We watch them every week in the Premier League. Thiago Silva from Chelsea in defence alongside Marquinhos of PSG. And then, of course, Neymar up front with Vinicius Junior, one of the biggest stars in European football, the Real Madrid forward. You've got Senegal, the African champions, as you say, Mendy in goal, Sadio Mane up front, Kalidou Koulibaly in midfield. I really, really do like the way that Germany have bounced back from being put out of the Euros by England. They were winners in 2014. They have unfinished business this time around. But Canada could be a special story. John Herdman's their head coach. He was in charge of the women's team 2 years ago. He's taken over the men's team. He has really revitalised them. They're in their first World Cup for 36 years, and they are going to be a match for any team that underestimates them. I think that could be potentially a really good group of death.
Yeah, and Amanda will be taking all the action out in Qatar later this year. I want to know who you're looking forward to seeing, Amanda. No Italy there, no Mo Salah, no Zlatan, no Erling Haaland, but still plenty to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. Likely to be a final World Cup, isn't it, for Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi? So they'll certainly be ones to watch, wanting to go out on a high. But I have to say, from my last few days here, Alex, it's been really noticeable, the excitement among the African contingent here in Doha. I went to speak to the Ghana captain, Andre Ayew, at his training ground. There was a group of fans from Ghana waiting to see him come out. And when there was the ceremony for the flag raising at the countdown clock, a big group of fans from Cameroon, some from Senegal, as you mentioned. And this is a fantastic opportunity for people to see the world superstars in what is their new backyard here.
Thanks to Amanda and Darren, who will stay with CNN for the hours ahead to cover that World Cup draw. Becky, we're excited. We hope you are as well. There's more from her and Connect the World after this break.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Well, this hour, Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its aggression continues. So we are bringing you reporting from all over the country, in the centre, around the capital Kyiv, in the strategic southern city of Odessa, and in the east, where civilians are taking daunting journeys in a desperate attempt to find safety. I'm Becky Anderson. Hello and welcome back to Connect the World. I want to start, though, with what could be a very big development, a very consequential development on the Russian side of the border with Ukraine. Russia claiming Ukrainian helicopters staged an attack inside Russian territory. This is video of what appears to be incoming fire on a fuel depot in Belgorod, not far from that Ukrainian border. Ukraine's defense ministry neither confirming nor denying the attack. The Kremlin spokesperson saying President Vladimir Putin has been informed and that the purported attack could have a negative impact on what are Russia-Ukraine ceasefire talks, which have resumed virtually a few hours ago. We'll have a lot more on this in a few moments. There appears to be no let-up in Russian shelling across cities in eastern Ukraine itself. This video showing Ukrainian army vehicles rolling through a town near Kharkiv and the destruction from Russian attacks. Meantime, CNN crews in Kyiv report more Russian strikes there today. Ukraine's efforts to keep Russia's forces out of the capital have come at great cost, as Frederick Plotkin discovered when he got a chance to see the bombed-out suburb of Irpinь. Have a look at this.
There is no safe way to get into Irpinь. The only feasible route is on the back of a police special forces pickup truck on dirt paths. But even here, the earth is scorched after Russian troops shelled the trail. Ukrainian forces are taking us into this area on back roads because they say taking the main roads is simply much too dangerous. They want to show us the damage done when Russian forces tried to enter Kiev. Ukrainian authorities say this is still one of the most dangerous places in this war-torn country, and we immediately see why. We are driving right towards an area engulfed in smoke from artillery shelling. This is where Russian forces tried to push into Ukraine's capital, but were stopped and beaten back by the underdog Ukrainians. The battles here are fierce. Authorities say 50% of the city has been destroyed. To us, that number seems like an understatement.
We have to keep moving quickly because this place can get shelled anytime.
Ukraine's national police now patrols Irpinь again, but their forces frequently come under fire, the chief tells me. Just yesterday, our officers who were searching for dead bodies, they were shot at with mortars, he says. They had to lay under the bridge and wait for it to stop. But the grim task of finding and taking out the many dead continues. More than 24 on this day alone. Some have been laying in the streets for weeks and can only now be removed. When Russian forces invaded Ukraine, they quickly advanced on the capital Kiev, all the way to Irpinь. Here, the Ukrainians stood and fought back. Vladimir Putin's army controlled large parts of Irpinь, and the battle laid waste to much of this formerly wealthy suburb. And this was the epicenter, where we find burned-out Russian trucks and armored vehicles.
So this is the area where some of the heaviest fighting took place in Irpinь, and as you can see, that there was a Russian armored vehicle which was completely annihilated. We do have to be very careful around here because there still could be unexploded munitions laying around.
We meet Volodymyr Rudenko, a local resident who says he stayed and took up arms when the Russians invaded. Always, there was not a single day when I left town, he says, even during the heaviest fighting. It must have been difficult, I ask. Just so you understand, he says, once there were 348 impacts in one area in one single hour. And the battle here is not over. Suddenly, Irpin's mayor shows up with a group of special forces saying they're looking for Russians possibly still hiding here. I ask him how it's going. We're working, he says. There's information that there are 2 Russian soldiers dressed in civilian clothes, but with our group, we're going to clean them up. Ukrainian forces say they will continue the fight and further push Russian forces away from their capital. The deputy interior minister saying they need the U.S.'s support to succeed.
What do you need from the United States?
Everything. Military support, first of all.
Weapons to help the Ukrainians expel the invading army, they hope, and finally bring this suburb out of the reach of Vladimir Putin's cannons. Fred Pleitkin, CNN, Irpinь, Ukraine.
Well, that is the reality on the ground, folks. Ukraine's president says the situation in the Donbass and the southern part of the country remains, and I quote him here, extremely difficult. In this video posted to social media on Thursday, Mr. Zelensky said Russian forces are trying to figure out how to, quote, coordinate their presence in those regions. Well, our Ed Lavandera is in Odessa. That's a strategically important city on the southern coast. People there watching what is happening both in the north, around areas that Fred has just reported from, and indeed closer to home in the nearby cities. People will be bracing, Ed, for potential attacks there. Before we talk about what's going on where you are, I do just want to address what is or could be a very consequential action. It's the strike on the fuel depot in Belgorod. That is to the on the Russian side of the border. Ukraine's Ministry of Defense saying, and I quote, "I would like to emphasize that Ukraine is performing a defensive operation against Russian aggression on the territory of Ukraine. That doesn't mean Ukraine has to be responsible for every miscalculation or event or catastrophe that happened or occurred on the territory of the Russian Federation." Ed, what are you hearing about what happened on that Russian side of the border and the potential significance or consequence of that event?
Well, I think the significance of this event is the very fact that for much of this invasion and this war in Ukraine, we've believed the Russian forces had the domination in the air, in the skies. So if indeed this was an attack that was carried out by Ukrainian air forces and helicopter pilots flying into Russian territory to carry out this attack on the fuel depot, it would be a striking change from what we've seen for more than a month in this invasion. So, psychologically, I think it's significant, and also strategically, the Russians are saying that it won't have that great of an impact on resupplying and refueling their forces. But we don't really know the extent of those problems. But psychologically, I think it is incredibly significant, given the amount of force that Ukrainians have seen in the southeast part of this country and what the people in that region have been through in the last month.
Yeah, to further that quote from Ukraine's Ministry of Defense on that event, this is not the first time we are witnessing such accusations by the Russians. Therefore, I will neither confirm nor deny this information. It does beg the question, why not, of course. You are in the south, in Odessa, where the Ukrainian president says the situation remains extremely difficult. Just explain what is going on in the region where you are and what we know about Russian intention at this point.
Well, as you saw earlier in Frederick's reporting from northern Ukraine and watching what the Russian forces are doing there in that region, the question is, where are those forces going to go? And we believe them to be moving into the eastern part and perhaps reattacking after they get refueled and resupplied. And that would put the focus on the south and the southeast part of Ukraine. And the significance of that is that until now, Russian forces have been kind of kept at bay halfway between where I am in Odessa and Mariupol, that city that has been so besieged for the last several weeks. Ukrainian forces on the ground have been able to halt that move toward Odessa. This is a key port city on the Black Sea. Russian naval ships are offshore here, so there has been a great deal of focus and a great deal of thought that Russia was very much interested in taking and reaching all the way here to Odessa, because that would essentially lock up the entire southern coast of this country and make Ukraine a landlocked country. So if those Russian forces in the north are able to regroup and come in through the east, what kind of pressure is that going to put on the Ukrainian forces here in this region? And that's why people here are watching these developments and these movements so anxiously. Becky?
Ed, always a pleasure. Thank you, sir. Well, buses and cars carrying evacuees arriving in Zaporizhia now. The Mariupol City Council says some 2,000 people who escaped that besieged city on Friday are on their way to Zaporizhia. Meanwhile, the Red Cross heading in the opposite direction, sending in much-needed aid to Mariupol. Officials attempting to open more evacuation corridors, like in the Russian-held city of Melitopol. Hundreds of people have left in a convoy of buses and private vehicles heading again to Zaporizhia. Officials say they will return with aid and pick up more people on their way back. Well, let's get you on the ground there. Ivan Watson is live at a processing centre in Zaporizhia. And you and I spoke an hour or so ago. Those buses hadn't arrived with evacuees, desperately looking for safety at that point. Are they there now? Are those people who've fled safe at this point? What do we know?
No, they haven't arrived yet. So I think this underscores how complicated this is. Not only do you have huge amounts of civilians trapped in a combat zone, in a city under a Russian siege, being pummeled by artillery, airstrikes, artillery coming from warships, but then when people try to escape, it is by no means an easy or quick process. So the convoy of 52 buses, accompanied by many private cars, is somewhere to the south of here in Russian-occupied territory, and who knows when or if it will be allowed to arrive. Instead, what you see are the signs of how smaller groups of people have escaped in their little cars with things like white rags attached to them, with signs that say "Dieti," children here, and their belongings packed into the back of a car. This is something that we've seen, a kind of trickle to a stream of civilians fleeing the Russian-occupied areas and the combat zones day after day, trying to get here to Zaporizhia. Here's another car filled with belongings. Now, can you imagine enduring the shelling, the loss of electricity, of heat, of running water, of being in a city just being bombarded day after day after day, your home potentially being destroyed, as I've heard from a handful of people. Here's another one, a handmade sign here that says "Dieti," that says children, and then packing up whatever's left into a car and trying to make a run for it. But before being able to escape, you have to go through multiple checkpoints run by the Russian military, the same military that is blowing up and destroying your city and that may have destroyed your home. That is something that all of these people who are escaping are enduring. The Ukrainian government says more than 80,000 people have fled to Ukrainian-controlled territory from Mariupol since the beginning of this war. Meanwhile, the Russian Ministry of Defense announced last night that there would be an evacuation humanitarian corridor at the request of the leaders of France and Germany. But here there are volunteers, there are aid organizations, there are police, there are doctors waiting for the arrival. It just hasn't happened yet. Becky.
Yeah. For those who have arrived, and you're laying out clearly just how complicated this evacuation process is, but for those who arrived in those cars that you've just been walking past, where have they gone?
Well, they go into this, we're in a parking lot outside a superstore here. It's quite a ways away, the entrance, but people are welcomed by volunteers with open arms. First, they have to go through a police screening where the Ukrainian police, in particular, check the men's documents. Because there is a horrific war taking place. And then they're welcomed in by volunteers. One woman from a church just gives a stuffed animal to every child that comes in. There are medics waiting. There are hot meals. There are food. There are volunteers standing by, psychologists and advisors, giving people information on how to move deeper into Ukrainian-controlled territory. These city buses are to drive the new arrivals, after they get some food in their stomachs, they get to use a bathroom to drive them into the city of Zaporizhia. So there's a remarkable effort on the behalf of the city government and volunteers to help their countrymen and women and children whose livelihoods and homes have been destroyed over the course of the last month. Becky.
Ivan, we'll get back to you as and when hopefully you see those buses, as Ivan's describing. This is supposed to be an evacuation corridor, and those buses are getting held up at Russian-controlled checkpoints. So you can only imagine what these people are going through. Their city is besieged. They had a chance to escape, and now this journey is clearly not as quick or efficient or as effective as the agencies and these people would hope. But let's cross our fingers that they are actually going to get there. Well, for more analysis on Russia's military tactics on the ground now, I want to bring in Neil Melvin, the Director for International Security Studies at the Royal United Services Institute. He joins me now from Geneva. It's good to have you with us. I mean, you've just heard Ivan reporting there on just one of what is, an enormous, challenge that the Ukrainians face in moving people around in an area which is besieged by the Russians at present. Let's start with what's going on here, tactics, sort of strategy. What do you make of this strike in Belgrade today? That, of course, is on the Russian side of the border. No comment from the Ukrainians. What do you believe happened there? And what do you believe the significance or consequences of that strike might be?
Yeah, well, thanks. Great to be on the show. I mean, it's I've been looking at the open source intelligence, and it does look clearly as though it's two Ukrainian helicopters that have crossed the border and attacked essentially a soft target. It's a fuel facility. Probably not enormously militarily significant, although it may cramp the Russians' ability to operate in some ways, because they have been having problems with their fueling. But psychologically, of course, it's a big blow. It's a big blow to Russia because this is actually taking the fight onto Russian territory. The Russians have prided themselves on having very strong air defense, and two helicopters were able to fly into their airspace and attack apparently unimpeded. It's not a long way from the Ukrainian border. It's just north of Kharkiv. So, I mean, it's not a huge geographic operation, but also psychologically for the Ukrainians. I think, this shows for the first time that they can hit back, not just fighting on their own territory. And you may recall, of course, during other famous battles such as the Blitz in London, the UK ordered a counterstrike on Berlin, which had relatively little effect, but of course psychologically begins to shift the balance in these kind of war fighting scenes.
Yeah, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, of course, and we need to be very clear about this, they are neither confirming nor denying that this was indeed Ukrainian assets striking that oil depot. Okay, but you've provided us some analysis there from your perspective. My colleague Richard Quest interviewed NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg earlier. Have a listen to what he told him.
The saying is that any military plan will not survive the first day of battle, and that was exactly what happened with the Russian plan of taking Ukraine in a few days, because they partly underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian forces and overestimated the strength of their own forces. We should not underestimate Russia, because Russia is still the biggest land power in Europe, and we have also seen that President Putin is willing to use force to achieve his objectives, and that is one of the important lessons to be learned from the invasion of Ukraine.
The Russians have made it quite clear that it's the Donbass region that they are focusing on. One of their generals over the weekend said that the first phase of this war is over, and that assets would be moved towards the east. Take that as you will. I mean, certainly the Ukrainians will say that they are beating a retreat, having faced a much stronger Ukrainian defense than the Russians expected. What's your sense now of tactic by the Russians, and whether ultimately it changes their strategy long term?
Yeah, well, I mean, what the Russians are calling the first phase, of course, has turned into really a defeat in the Battle of Kiev. They've lost that battle. It may turn out to be the first Battle of Kiev, but anyway, they are pulling back. There's evidence today they're pulling back as far as the Belarusian border, sort of north of Kiev, north of Sumy, and the Ukrainians are pushing back also around Kharkiv. So, there's clearly a change there, which is partly a result of Russian failure, but also very much Ukrainian success. But I think the Secretary General is right. We shouldn't underestimate what may happen now. The Russians will regroup. They'll try and become much better organized because, I mean, certainly the evidence on the first phase of the war is that they've been enormously disorganized, not even clear whether they had a single theater commander for Ukraine or whether they've had different ones operating in the south, the east, and the north of the country. So they will try and learn the lessons. And then the key thing here is that what they're trying to do now is frame politically a version of victory, I think, that President Putin can sell to the Russian population and internationally. And that looks increasingly like expanding their control of East Ukraine, pushing out from the Donbass area, certainly taking the whole of the territories of Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts, these two regions inside Ukraine, building the land corridor along the Azov Sea to Mariupol. And then at that point, I think, trying to destroy as much of the Ukrainian military as they can. Most of the best units of the Ukrainian army are still opposite the Donbass, so there's a risk of them being sort of encircled. And then lastly, try and destroy as much as possible of Ukraine's military industrial architecture. Many of the defense industry factories are in places like Zaporozhye, as your reporter's just been reporting from. And then at that point, President, I think, will try and make the case that it's a victory. And we're looking maybe even around trying to do that for May the 7th, which is in Russia, of course, Victory in Europe Day from World War II, the defeat of fascism. And this fight has been framed as that kind of struggle.
Thank you, sir. Your analysis is extremely important. We continue our coverage of Russia's war in Ukraine as this assault grinds on. Thank you. Well, ahead on Connect the World, the safety and security of the nuclear power plants there has been under threat in this war. I'll speak to the head of the IAEA about what is being done to secure these risky sites. And the Kremlin does an about-face about how it wants to be paid for Russian energy, at least for now, that is. Details on that are up next. Russian natural gas is still flowing in Europe today in significant volume, it has to be said. The Kremlin says it won't cut off supplies to what it calls unfriendly countries, at least for now, despite a new demand for payment to be in rubles. Well, the EU tells CNN the new decree is Moscow's attempt, in its words, to circumvent European sanctions and blackmail the European Union. Well, the UK, Germany and France just aren't having it. CNN's Anna Stewart joins me now live from London. We would prefer to be paid in rubles, is the latest line from the Kremlin. The Europeans aren't having any of it. So how does this change the calculus, the situation for Europe, which is so heavily dependent on European gas still at this point? Where are we at?
Well, when we first had the news that President Putin was going to decree that all foreign buyers from what he deems unfriendly countries would have to pay for gas in rubles, it caused quite a stir. That would have been a breach of contract, and many EU nations were simply saying, we will not do that. We will not be blackmailed by Russia. The decree was implemented today, but you know what, Becky? No change. Russian gas is still flowing from Russia to Europe. Contracts, as far as we know, remain completely unchanged. A few reasons for that. Firstly, it'll take 10 days for Gazprom Bank, the only entity really to have to make any changes here at all, to have to do that. And also, any payments made today for gas is actually for deliveries that come in weeks to come. Now, we've got to get into the boring, technical, nitty-gritty detail of this decree, because it's certainly not as simple as just telling Western countries they have to pay for gas in rubles. In fact, what's happening here is they can still use their accounts at Gazprom Bank, the Russian bank that was not sanctioned, for the very reason that it is used to pay for Russian gas and Russian oil as well. Now, what's going to happen is Gazprom Bank has to simply set up a ruble account for all of these Western customers, and they will trade the euros and the dollars, whatever the contractor currency is, into rubles, probably have to pay a transaction fee for that and pay Gazprom. So really, we're looking at a bit of a fudge here, because President Putin can say, yes, Gazprom is going to be only receiving rubles for gas, and the West can continue to buy it in euros or dollars.
Anna Stewart's on the story. Keep an eye on this one for you. I don't think it's going away. Thank you. Earlier, my colleague Richard Quest interviewed the Belgian Prime Minister. Here's what Alexander De Croo had to say about Russia's Vladimir Putin demanding payment this way. Take a listen.
I think, first of all, this shows that the economic sanctions do work, because it shows that Russia really is in trouble, and especially on the ruble currency, they're really in difficulties. Our position is that you cannot just change the terms of a contract. So we'll just stick to the position we had and the contracts we have. In any case, on the Belgian side, we're not very much exposed to that. Less than 5% of our consumption is coming from Russia. But let's see if Russia really pushes through, but the European position is a correct one. We won't be blackmailed.
If he does switch off the gas, even for your 5%, you could find a fracturing of the unity that we've seen as those countries like Germany and others who do require greater amounts start to get a bit iffy.
Well, we've been working hard over the last weeks to make sure we're prepared for events like this one. A lot of reserves have been constituted, a lot of solidarity has been built on how do we cope with an interruption like that one. So we are prepared. I honestly think if Mr. Putin does that, yes, we will be impacted, but the impact will be multitudes greater on his side.
And you can see that full interview on Quest Me's Business with Richard, live from Brussels, coming up tonight at 9 Brussels time. That's 11 p.m. if you're watching here in the UAE. Well, these are nail-biting times for football fans. We're going to soon learn which teams will be going up against each other in this year's World Cup. Yes, we are live in Qatar ahead of the Men's World Cup draw for Qatar 2022. And how do the players feel like in moments like this? Well, I asked two former legends of the game who know all about competing on the international stage, coming up later this hour. Well, excitement is now building for the 2022 Football World Cup draw happening next hour at the Doha Exhibition Centre in Qatar. 8 groups will be chosen in today's drawing, which will determine the matchups in the group stage for the first ever winter edition of the FIFA Men's World Cup in Qatar, which kicks off in November. Well, so far, 29 participants are confirmed for the World Cup draw. 3 teams yet to be determined, and Ukraine is among them. But the team's coaches cast doubts that they will be able to participate in their upcoming playoff match due to the war there. Amanda Davis has more on the teams in the running.
As hosts Qatar prepare for their debut at a World Cup finals, they're guaranteed a place in Group A and find themselves alongside some of the biggest names in the game in Pot 1. It doesn't get much bigger than Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi and their respective sides, Portugal and Argentina, as well as defending champions France, Belgium, England, Brazil and Spain. European champions Italy are missing after failing to qualify for the 2nd World Cup in a row. But the Netherlands are back, and a side that many will be looking to avoid from Pot 2, alongside Germany, the 2014 champions, very much looking to make amends for that disastrous defence of their title in Russia. The 2018 runners-up Croatia are also in this pot, alongside Denmark, buoyed by the return of Christian Eriksen. The US are back in this pot too, alongside their co-hosts for the next World Cup, Mexico, and the talent-packed squad of Uruguay. Sadio Mane and Africa Cup of Nations champions Senegal lead the way in pot 3, but he's not the only superstar striker in this one. There's Robert Lewandowski in Poland, Son Heung-min and South Korea, alongside Iran, Japan, Serbia, Morocco and Tunisia. Pot 4 is where things get complicated, with unusually 3 teams yet to be decided, but they will still be in the draw alongside Ecuador, Saudi Arabia, Ghana, Cameroon and a Canadian side on the crest of a wave, having qualified for their first World Cup finals since 1986.
Let's get more from Amanda, who's live from Doha ahead of that draw. And I can only imagine what the players for the host nation are feeling ahead of this. Look, I mean, nobody wants to be drawn against one of the giants in the game, but in a way, Qatar might as well get out there and play, one of these enormous teams, because they want this tournament to get off to a good start, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And as you know, Becky, there is such a feeling this has been a long, long build-up for the hosts, hasn't it? Since that day back in December 2010 when this tournament was awarded to them. I mean, what a moment November the 21st will be for Qatar. Their first ever World Cup finals, playing at home with the eyes of the world watching. And they are an unknown quantity to so many of the teams around the world, because all of their squad play their football here domestically in the Qatar Stars League. I got a chance to speak to Santi Cazorla a couple of days ago, a former Arsenal and Spain international who plays here at Al Sadd. He said he's been pleasantly surprised by the quality of the players, and they did surprise a few people when they won the Asian Cup in 2019. They've reached the semi-finals of the Gold Cup and the Arab Cup here in November as well. And I think what you say, Qatar playing the big teams and the superstars, is what this tournament will need for the locals to get excited about their team. I went to see them play on Tuesday night against Slovenia. I have to say there was less than kind of a couple of thousand fans there. It was a very, very strange atmosphere for a World Cup host nation just a few months out from hosting this tournament. But everybody said, you know, there is a real love and passion for football here in Qatar, but it's about the big stars on show, and that's what people can't wait to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Amanda. Amanda is in Doha. Coming up on this show, Clarence Seedorf and Michel Salgado, two legends of the game, sit down with me to talk about that draw and why they believe hosting the tournament in the tiny Gulf kingdom of Qatar is good for the game. Also coming up on Connect the World, Russian troops have left the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, but what condition did they leave it in? I'll ask the head of the UN's nuclear watchdog about that and his recent trip to Ukraine. That is coming up. It is one of the greatest fears of this war in Ukraine, the risk to the nuclear power plants that operate in the country. In the first week of the war, the Chernobyl nuclear plant, site of the world's worst nuclear disaster, fell into the hands of Russian troops. But now, Ukrainian officials say the Russians have packed up and left. The plant's director says it is impossible to determine how much radiation the Russian troops were exposed to during their activities in the areas around Chernobyl. Well, today, Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, announcing he will head to Chernobyl on a mission as soon as possible. Rafael Grossi joins me now live from Vienna. It's good to have you on, sir. You have just returned from Ukraine, in fact. What condition are the country's nuclear power plants in?
Well, the situation we are living is unprecedented because the power plants, the reactors, are operating as if we were in peacetime. Only that we are not in peacetime, and this, of course, creates a number of question marks and situations that require attention. As you were saying, I've just returned barely an hour ago. Returned from Ukraine, where I have been talking to my Ukrainian counterparts on the activities that by we I mean the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, is going to be performing as of next week, hopefully, to assist Ukraine in preserving the safety of their installations, including Chernobyl. Personally, I was at the closest nuclear reactors to the war zone in the south of the country. And there the operations continue in a satisfactory way. But of course, there is a lot of uncertainty that you can imagine.
And you remain extremely concerned that this infrastructure could become a target during this war, correct? You and I spoke a couple of weeks ago and you expressed significant concern at that point.
Of course, I think that preserving the physical integrity of a nuclear power plant is of the essence. I think that the deployment of the IAEA, the presence of the IAEA, the intensity of our work and our attention on this is helpful in averting such a scenario, which is the worst that you could have. You are describing an attack on a nuclear reactor, which is, I think, not a very probable scenario. But there are other issues that we have been looking at and must be looking at, namely the possibility of a nuclear accident, which is something different.
Sure. Let me just put this question to you. Are you in touch with Russian authorities? And is there any evidence that Russia, in its strikes in Ukraine, will ensure that it doesn't target nuclear facilities? Do you have any confidence that that is the case?
Well, there's many questions to your question. Of course, I am in touch with them. I must be. Otherwise, there's no efficiency or effectiveness in whatever I do. So, in fact, on my way back to Vienna, I stopped in Kaliningrad, which is in Russia. And then in Kaliningrad, I had meetings with the Russian side to also discuss about these things. Any attack to a nuclear facility is against international law. I think everybody, including Russia, is very clear about it. And trust or not trust is something that is of course very subjective. What I can tell you is that we will continue working no matter what. We are going to be putting everything possible to prevent that occurrence.
Right. Let me be quite clear here. Do you trust that Russian authorities, that Vladimir Putin, his military, will avoid targeting nuclear facilities? Do you trust them?
Nuclear facilities have not been targeted. We had an event which was quite concerning when within the site of a nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, there was an exchange of fire. There was probably shelling, not directed at the reactor, but involving an administrative building nearby. So I cannot conceive, I could not imagine that a nuclear reactor would be targeted. The Russian government has affirmed this, and I hope that this will be the case.
You will be leading a mission to Chernobyl. I want to know what you believe the current condition of that plant is at present, and what is your understanding of the radiation levels that Russian troops might have been exposed to recently at Chernobyl? We've heard reports that some are getting treatment in Belarus after withdrawing, having been exposed. Just explain what detail you have at this point, please.
Not much, to be honest. I am also aware of the same press reports. Of course, we have been contacting the Russian counterparts to see whether they have any further information to share with us about that. In general terms, I would say that when the radiation levels around the Chernobyl site are low. At the beginning, when the Russian forces, when the Russian troops occupied the site, because of the movement of heavy armored vehicles approaching the site, some areas, the moving of the ground released some radiation there, and there was a slight increase in the levels. It is probable that the same thing happened when the same vehicles or similar ones were on the way out, that there was dust in the air that contained some radiation that was lying on the ground. This cannot be excluded, but we don't have any concrete information apart from these unconfirmed press reports. All right?
Right, and those press reports citing Ukrainian officials reporting this. Thank you, sir.
Exactly.
We'll speak to you again. I know that you're leading a mission into to Chernobyl. Please join us again and let us know what you find and what sort of support you are getting from Russia as you continue to try and ensure that these plants are safe. Thank you. Well, this just into CNN. Turkey's president says he is pushing for a face-to-face meeting between his Russian and Ukrainian counterparts. A statement from Recep Tayyip Erdogan says he brought up the meeting in his phone call today with Vladimir Putin. The statement also describes recent direct talks between Russia and Ukraine in Istanbul as, quote, positive and constructive. We're taking a very short break, folks. Back after this. Well, World Cup fever is really beginning to kick in now. We are minutes away from the draw, which will decide who football's best players will be up against in Qatar this November and December. Earlier this week, I caught up with two legends of the game who both now live here in the UAE. Michel Salgado and Clarence Seedorf were giants of European football for nearly 2 decades. They both played for a time at Spanish club Real Madrid, winning everything before them. Salgado for Spain played at the 2006 World Cup in Germany, and Seedorf for Holland, of course, at the 1998 edition in France. I really couldn't have asked for two more experienced analysts ahead of the draw. Have a listen. You know what it feels like, both of you, to play in that tournament. What are players going through at present as they anticipate this draw? Those who are pretty confident they're going to make the squad and are looking to see who they will be playing against.
Well, it's an important moment for the federations and the coaches. I have to say, when I was a player, I was not really paying attention so much because you wanted to the draw. Especially when you're part of the most important teams, you always believe you can reach, the semi-finals and the finals. So you need to be able to beat everybody. But it's a big moment, and I think that at this point, especially with everything that has been happening towards this World Cup, there are many people having great expectations for what's going to happen.
Well, there are two things with the draw. As a player, for sure, I do agree with Clarence. I think it's more for the technical stuff and for the federation more than the players, because you are just focusing in the real tournaments. They are still playing, for the league. Some of the clubs they're still playing for Champions League, for everything, and other players are involved still in the qualifying as well. So I think it's a moment that you are quite relaxed. Yes, the draw is important because you want to have a good draw, But in the end,
it's more interesting for us now.
Yeah, to be honest, it's more interesting for the people working on TV and everything, and analyzing who is going to win it and everything. The players don't care too much.
Come on then, let's just do a little bit of analysis while I've got you here.
Let's do it.
No Italy this year. Going to be missed?
Oh, it was a shock.
That is pretty incredible. Second time
twice,
in a row.
yeah, it's back to back. It's
so
pretty shocking.
Historic.
And it's not having Italy in the World Cup. I think it's shocking for everybody. You know, of course we are not supporting Italy, but you need to have, or you want to have, the best teams in the world in that World Cup.
Well, so I do support Italy. I mean, I've been there for 18 years.
So who do you fancy?
No, I mean, I think the Dutch have a good team, starting from home. But then you have obviously the South Americans, Argentina, Brazil, the French team again. Who else? Spain. How's Spain? Because I haven't seen much.
To be honest, they are young. It's a young team, so they can play an amazing football. But in the end, the experience is so much. If you analyze the World Cup, it's pretty. Unpredictable right now.
It is.
For me, France is the team that if they are able to perform, they have the perfect mix between in terms of experience and young players. They have Mbappe right now making the big change in football. They have a great squad with Benzema up front as well, Griezmann, Mbappe. Midfield,
a lot of firepower.
Yeah, and to be honest, they won the World Cup. They know how to do it. So I think they would be, they are the favorites for me, but it's pretty unpredictable. We are always expecting for a surprise, like Belgium. Belgium is amazing, but
every time the same.
Belgium this time
every time
around. The same. Yeah, that's right.
I think they miss the mentality. Yeah, and don't forget Portugal, because Portugal has a very talented team as well. Plus Cristiano is still there.
What do you think it means for the game of football that we've got this World Cup in region, in the Muslim world, for the first time?
Yeah, well, I converted to Muslim not so long ago, so I believe this is a huge momentum for the region to come together, actually, and to celebrate the biggest sport in the world. I know that many people have a lot of opinions about the region, but you need to live it. And also, if you want to make a contribution, come here and make a contribution. It's very easy from the outside to make a lot of statements about something that you really don't know. But I think it's a great opportunity, and football has made a positive impact everywhere it went.
Yeah, it's living in the Middle East and living in the region. I think is very fair, for all the fans in this part of the of the world, that they can enjoy something as big as the World Cup. We enjoy it so many times in Europe, in South America, where football is really a religion. But in here, we don't realize when you are in Europe that in here, in this part of the world, the fans are crazy about it. They don't sleep to watch all the teams, all the games, and to be honest, it's something needed. I'm really, really happy with the first World Cup in that world, and I'm going to enjoy it so much.
And I'm sure that everybody is hoping that when Ukraine get to play their World Cup playoff, no fixed date as this war grinds on, that they will be successful. Well, thank you for joining us wherever you are watching, and happy Ramadan to all of the Muslims out there celebrating. It is a very good evening from Abu Dhabi, from my team here in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. Good night.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, I'm Eleni Jarkos, live in Dubai, and we begin with what appears to be a daring and bold attack inside southern Russia. The Kremlin warns airstrikes on a fuel depot in Belgorod, Russia, could lead to an escalation of the war and may have an impact on virtual negotiations taking place today. But Ukraine's defense ministry is refusing to comment on claims Ukrainian helicopters carried out the attack, and suggests that a Russian miscalculation might be to blame for the strike on its own territory. Shelling, meanwhile, is intensifying in the eastern Donbas region, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia is trying to consolidate its forces.
The situation in the southern direction and in the Donbass remains extremely difficult. Russian troops are accumulating the potential for strikes, powerful blows.
Russia appears to be beefing up its units despite vows to scale back military operations in some areas. According to the British government, Moscow is redeploying thousands of its troops from Georgia. And according to the New York Times, Syrian mercenaries are on their way to Ukraine. Now, in the south, some 2,000 people were finally evacuated by bus from the devastated port city of Mariupol. But one local official says aid is not being allowed in. And in the northern part of the country, Russian forces have left the Chernobyl nuclear power plant after a nearly 5-week occupation. CNN's David McKenzie joins us now live from London with more on the attack in Belgorod. David, it is an interesting time. Russia is saying that this could escalate the war, and of course, Ukraine is saying this is a Russian miscalculation.
Well, what Ukraine is saying is that they will neither confirm nor deny this incident. And you look at this extraordinary footage of at least 2 attack helicopters, it appears, going very low altitude and rocketing that fuel depot, that major fuel depot in that region of western Russia on the road between Moscow and Kharkiv. Now, this would be a very important supply line for the Russians. The Ukrainians obviously have an incentive to not speak too much about this. One spokesperson telling us that this is their main military aim, of course, is defending themselves within Ukrainian territory. But should this be a Ukrainian attack helicopter, it is an extraordinary action and does show potentially the holes of the Russian air defense system in this early morning raid. According to a Kremlin spokesman, Eleni, the Russian President Vladimir Putin was made aware of this strike. According to the governor, 2 people were injured in the strike. A massive fire engulfed that depot where millions of gallons are stored. And the Russians say it won't have any immediate impact on their supply lines and their campaign in the eastern part of the country, but it does show a pretty daring attack outside of Ukrainian territory, should this turn out to be the Ukrainians.
Yeah, but Russia is blaming the Ukrainians, and of course the mention of a possible escalation while talks and negotiations are going on, because there is this sort of hope that something will come of those. How does it affect the negotiations at this point?
Well, at this point, the Russian spokesperson of the Kremlin saying that they say this could affect the ongoing talks. I think it's too early to tell. Of course, we haven't seen any very substantial results coming from those talks in terms of major ceasefires or even a de-escalation of the conflict. So it may need to take that with a bit of a grain of salt at this point. Of course, the Russian military has been striking all across Ukraine and precipitated this invasion itself. And even they have been striking with missiles the western part of the country, far from the front lines of this fight, several times over the last few weeks, also taking on fuel depots. It does speak to the importance of the ongoing logistics of this campaign and potentially the need for Ukraine to stop the resupply of Russian forces. Yeah. But again, Ukraine is being very quiet about this at the moment, for good reason, one would expect. Eleni?
Yeah, David McKenzie, thank you so much for that update. Now, the International Committee of the Red Cross says it's running out of adjectives to describe the horrors that residents of Mariupol have suffered. But there may be a glimmer of hope. Local officials say about 2,000 civilians from the besieged southern city are on their way out. CNN's Ivan Watson reports from Zaporizhia, where a convoy of evacuation buses will arrive.
They're going to be coming to this place where police, where ambulances, where volunteers are standing by to help process. Now, this has been an kind of improvised hub. This is a superstore where people have been coming on their own, with their own privately owned vehicles day after day to try to escape Russian-occupied territory. Some people escaping from Mariupol, others escaping from villages and towns in the countryside in between Ukrainian-controlled territory and Russian-occupied territory. And they kind of come in here and they're processed. And there's a tremendous volunteer effort to help people who've suddenly been made homeless. So I'm going to take you into this. There's a metaphor here, perhaps. The superstore is called the epicenter. And I would say it is the epicenter of trying to help out the tens of thousands of people who've been displaced by this terrible conflict. So many of the people, when they come in, they can get donated clothing here, which was stacked up to the ceiling just a couple days ago. And you come into here and you have free food, hot tea, you have medics standing by, and you have support networks. This is particularly poignant for me, this bulletin board where people post all sorts of things like offering to fix people's shattered car windows, which have been hit by Russian shells in Mariupol, or information about missing loved ones.
An official in Mariupol says Russian forces haven't allowed aid to reach the city since yesterday. CNN's Phil Black joins us with more. Phil, we know that this is such an important way to get people out of this very devastated city, but it's a tough operation, it's complex, and we're hearing issues with regards to aid not being allowed in and even aid falling into the hands of Russian military.
Yeah, Eleni, it is a complex operation that's been going on for some 36 hours now. The overall context is that there are humanitarian corridors out of these Russian-controlled cities, open most days, not every day, but they're generally only open to private vehicles or people who are even walking out on foot. What the Ukrainians haven't been able to do with any success so far is get aid in or get empty buses in to transport more people out. And that's what they've been trying to do significantly over the last 24 hours or even more. What we understand is that a convoy of buses approached or continued its approach to the city of Mariupol. We don't think they got as far as Mariupol itself, but at some point they were able to pick up around 2,000 civilians from that city. It's possible that these were people who'd already made their way or started to make their way out of the city. So that's some 2,000 people that are said to be relatively safe on their way back to other Ukrainian-controlled territory. There is also the city of Melitopol, where they tried to get aid in, where they did do that, we think, and that aid was confiscated, they say, by the Russians. We don't know what that means, whether that means the Russians have taken responsibility for it and will distribute it, or whether the Russians have simply taken it for themselves. But this was aid that was in buses. They got the buses back and have since been able to get about 500 people out on those buses as well. So it is an overall very complex picture, but particularly when it comes to these large-scale operations designed to get as many people out of these cities as possible, especially the bombarded, blockaded, besieged city of Mariupol. It appears that there has been some success there, but overall it is still inadequate when you consider that there are still thought to be around 150,000 people in that city living in truly dire circumstances.
Phil, it's such a good point. I was just going to say that 2,000 people, it's a great start, but you've got over 100,000 people that are trapped there. I want to turn our attention to Chernobyl, the nuclear power plant, where its director says that the Russian forces have withdrawn. But what's interesting is that there have been reports that Russian military were in the Red Forest and could possibly have had some exposure and been contaminated. Give me a sense of what's going on there.
Well, it's very difficult to verify this claim, Eleni, but it does come from Ukrainian officials in the region and who are responsible for the site, the plant that exists currently, and in addition to that, the site where the 1986 disaster took place. They say that over the course of the Russian occupation, which began very early on in the days of this war, they do say that some Russian soldiers in the region were digging trenches and were building fortifications, essentially disturbing the earth. And as a result of that, they say that some of them very quickly started to experience radiation poisoning, and that had a pretty significant emotional effect, they say, on the soldiers, created some sense of panic. We cannot verify that, but it would perhaps explain why the Russians have abandoned this location so quickly, because they have offered no public explanation for why they have given up this territory. And it's not something that they've been talking about in terms of their broader troop movements. Those that have been acknowledged publicly by Russia relate to regions close to the capital Kiev and around the northern city of Chernihiv. They haven't mentioned Chernobyl specifically.
All right, Phil Black, thank you so much. Great to have you on. Now, Ukrainian officials tell CNN that Russia's ground offensive around Kyiv has been stalled, and they say it's largely thanks to the resolve of Ukraine's armed forces. CNN's Christina Mampour traveled to one Kyiv suburb to see firsthand how Ukrainian troops have managed to withstand the advance.
The first thing you notice approaching the front northeast of Kyiv are the lines of villagers waiting for humanitarian handouts. They receive a bag of bread and basics to get them through these difficult days. The first week of the war, a shell hit us near the greenhouse. We barely survived, says this woman. We had help from strangers around us. They gave us bread and canned food. We wouldn't have managed otherwise. No one here knows when this war will end or whether Russia still has designs on Kyiv. The front line is about a mile away. For now, an uneasy calm prevails ever since the Ukrainian defenders stopped the Russian advance here. It was February 28th, they say, day 4 of the war. They want to show us how they did it, but first we have to clamber over the bridge they downed to see the armored column they managed to take out. The riverbank is littered with their skeletons, and this was a turkey shoot. Russian armored vehicles and tanks had come off the road to avoid the anti-tank mines, only to find themselves unable to cross the bridge and unable to reverse in time. Ukrainian forces tell us none of the soldiers inside survived. A little further up the road, 2 tanks have been virtually smelted, blasted almost to smithereens. 40-year-old Yevgeny, a veteran fighter, proudly tells us this was his handiwork. We all here have one role, to keep the enemy off our land, he says. First thing they did after seeing the village, they started to shell houses, just like that. They didn't see us. They didn't know we were here, so they just started to work on houses. And so I took the tank in my sights and I fired a rocket. And goodbye to him. The destroyed vehicles are stamped with an O. The Ukrainian officers here tell us this identifies them as Russian units that entered from Belarus to the north. Oleg is the officer who commanded this operation. As for now, looking at previous fighting we've had, I can tell you that we are trained better, he tells me. We have stronger morale and spirit because we're at home. They are afraid, but they go because they're made to. He's been battle-hardened ever since the first Russian invasion in 2014. He says his side has enough weapons, ammunition, and determination to win. I can tell you I'm almost sure the Russians are regrouping and not retreating, he says. Besides, we are preparing ourselves to go forward. We're not preparing just to defend here. US and British intelligence say Putin seems to have, quote, massively misjudged this situation and clearly overestimated the abilities of his military to secure a rapid victory. And this old lady tells us, I have seen one war and here we go again. I wish Putin would go away. The people of this land remain stalwart and the soldiers remain dug in, hoping they can continue to withstand whatever Putin has in store for them next. Christiana Mampour, CNN, east of Kyiv.
And as fighting rages on in northern and eastern Ukraine, in the south, residents in the port city of Odessa remain on edge as Russian forces continue their assault on nearby areas. We've got Ed Lavandera there for us now. And Ed, I want to get a sense of the security situation in nearby areas, and specifically in the Black Sea, where we've seen assaults coming through that has created a concern or a sense of urgency where you are in Odessa.
Well, the urgency here is you have to remember that the Russian naval forces are still offshore here off the coast of Odessa in the Black Sea. And many people here, Lenny, also watching very closely what is happening in the north and that redeployment of Russian forces, and then trying to figure out exactly where those forces are going to end up. And so as we have been reporting, you know, it appears that those forces will be moving to focus on the Donbas region in eastern Ukraine. But you have to remember that as that reorganization of forces is happening, there are already Russian forces that have come in through southeast Ukraine and made it about halfway here to Odessa. And in the early days of this invasion, there was a great deal of focus and belief that capturing the city of Odessa would be a huge prize for the Russian military, that was one of their goals. It essentially would give them domination over the northern shore of the Black Sea. It would create Ukraine as a landlocked country. But all of those efforts to reach Odessa have so far been stalled out. So therefore, the concern is that if these Russian forces move in, focus on the east, does that rejuvenate what is happening here? Does that put a place like Odessa once again in the crosshairs and create a high level of concern as to what will happen here? So the question people have is, you know, trying to figure out the timing of all of this. Are we talking about something that is going to happen in days, weeks, or months?
All right, Ed Lavandera, thank you very much. Great to have you on. And coming up, Russia makes a surprise energy announcement after threatening to cut off its gas supply to European nations. Details on that after the break. Russia has announced that it will not cut off gas supplies to what it calls unfriendly countries. And that's despite a new decree requiring payments in rubles starting today. The Kremlin says payments for deliveries made today won't be due for another month. Now, Western leaders are refusing to pay in rubles, and the EU Economics Commissioner slammed the demand for Russian currency as blackmail. Listen to what he told our Richard Quest.
It's an attempt to circumvent sanctions and to blackmail the European Union, but it is anything that the existing contracts allow to do.
Right, let's bring in CNN's Anna Stewart live in London. Anna, here's the reality. It's the noose that Putin yields over Europe, oil and gas supply. And he was trying to be smart on the ruble front, but there's been European Union pushback. But now there's creative ways of getting around this to make both parties happy. Tell us how it's going to work.
Yeah, because listening to that soundbite and also from what we heard from President Putin, both sides seem very far apart on this. We looked like we were set up for some major disruption when it comes to Russian gas going to Europe. But today, the decree was implemented and no disruption whatsoever for a few reasons. First of all, any payments made for Russian gas today is for gas deliveries in weeks to come. Secondly, Gazprom Bank, which is actually the only entity that's really impacted by the decree, they've got 10 days to enact it. Now, what it really means in the technical detail is that Western buyers of Russian gas from what Putin declares to be unfriendly countries will still be using Gazprom Bank, which they currently use to pay for Russian gas. And they will still be able to pay using euros and dollars, depending on what the gas contract says. Where there is a difference here is Gazprom Bank is setting up separate ruble accounts for these Western buyers, and they are essentially trading the foreign currency for rubles and then paying that on to Gazprom. Very technical, but if you think about it, this means both sides can save face, because the West can say they are still paying for their Russian gas contracts using euros or dollars, and President Putin can probably say in the days to come that Gazprom is only selling gas for rubles.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because Germany came out, said, we're really worried about gas supply. We've got to start thinking about rationing. And then you've got this sort of, big play in terms of how things are going to go on from here onwards. And then you've got the sanctions that are at play, which makes it very difficult to make payment as well. What is the overall investor community thinking about this, the showdown, I think?
At this stage, speaking to some experts today from Eurasia, I think the feeling is nothing is going to change immediately, at least regarding Russian gas. And I think what's really interesting is that President Putin's decree was actually first mentioned when there was an EU summit last week, when foreign ministers were potentially going to discuss stopping all imports of Russian oil. That didn't happen, but the announcement was made by President Putin around then. So there's definitely some politics involved here, a lot of politics involved here. Europe would like to wean itself off Russian gas. It's long said this is a weapon that Russia is using against it. It will, it says, cut its reliance by 2/3 in terms of gas this year. It can't do it overnight. And we are already seeing gas prices so high, really hurting consumers, businesses. Inflation for the Eurozone at 7.5% for March. That was new data out today. And hey, I mean, winter is still with us, Eleni. It's snowing in Europe and it's snowing here in the UK. A stark reminder that Europe needs Russian gas today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the International Energy Agency warned of a really big supply shock that's going to hit the world beginning of April. It's been interesting to see what President Biden did, releasing some of their strategic petroleum reserves. You've got Europe bracing itself for some kind of energy cut. What is the overall prognosis here in terms of the way the Russians are going to view this, this advantage over Europe?
It's really hard to know what your average Russian will be thinking of all of this, given all media outlets have had to leave Russia because sort of independent journalism has been criminalized. I would imagine that it's beginning to hurt in terms of the economy. But measures that Putin's announcing to try and shore up the ruble, that probably plays pretty well domestically. Looking at the global picture, you mentioned Biden's announcement regarding the strategic reserve release, 1 million barrels per day. It hasn't actually moved oil prices as much as you might think, and that's because it doesn't even really cover the third of the shortfall we're already seeing for Russian oil, because the world is actually already shunning Russian energy, despite the fact that they need it and despite it being traded at a much lower price.
Yeah, Anna Stewart, thank you so much for that update. Great to have you on. Now, Russia has announced it will not cut off gas supplies, as we've ascertained, and that's a story we're going to be keeping an eye on going forward. And of course, coming up, the final draw of the Men's FIFA World Cup. We'll tell you who's in, who's out, and what to expect from the football tournament. Hello and welcome back. I'm Eleni Jokas in Dubai. The 2022 FIFA World Cup draw is just minutes away. Soon we'll know which groups the qualifying teams will be placed in. 29 nations have already qualified for the tournament in Doha and just 3 are yet to be decided. Let's get more now from CNN's Darren Lewis. It is an exciting moment. We're minutes away. What are we expecting?
Well, we're expecting to find out the fates of those teams that have been serial thrillers over the past 3 years since the last World Cup in Russia. We've talked, Eleni, all about the issues that surround the World Cup, the human rights issues that concern us all of the potential issues that might arise from the treatment of certain groups going out to Qatar. We will continue, of course, to shine a light on those issues, but now it's all about the football, and all of those nations on the screen right there will find out who they will be matched up with. It will be 8 groups of 4. The top 2 will qualify for the knockout stages. In pot 1, you'll have the best teams in the world alongside the hosts, Qatar. And the Maybe the names to watch out for: Portugal, Cristiano Ronaldo, 5 World Cups it will be for him. Lionel Messi, the other best player in the world. With Argentina, 4 times he's been to the World Cup. Now this will be his 4th. And of course there'll be England, who reached the European Championship final last summer, and they reached a semi-final of the World Cup in 2018 in Russia. They are just some of the names and the countries that we'll look out for. It will be a fascinating next 40 minutes or so.
Yeah. Well, for me and for many in Africa, watching for the African qualifiers, what can you tell me about those countries?
Well, we can look out for Senegal, the African champions, with a fantastic spine led by the Chelsea goalkeeper, Edouard Mendy, who has been outstanding for them, also for Chelsea, and also Kalidou Koulibaly in defence, and up front Sadio Mane, the guy who led them to the AFCON in January and scored the winning penalty to see off Egypt, one of a number of countries that are not there, along with Nigeria, along with Algeria, along with the Ivory Coast. There really does, Eleni, need to be more places for Africa in future World Cups, but for now the likes of Senegal and also Ghana will represent the continent with distinction. And I think as far as they are concerned, big things are expected.
All right, really good to see you. Thank you so much. And we're minutes away. You're going to be watching closely for us, and we'll catch up with you later. Great to see you.
See you soon.
Thank you. All right, in Ethiopia, desperately needed aid is entering war-torn Tigray. For the first time in months, the United Nations World Food Programme says a convoy carrying more than 500 metric tons of food and nutrition supplies will soon reach the regional capital. According to the UN, more than 90% of Tigray's population is in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. An Afghan-American naval reservist who had been in captivity under the Taliban for more than 3 months has been released. Safi Rauf and his brother were freed after more than 100 days of intense but ultimately successful negotiations led by the Biden administration. They were taken into custody in December while doing humanitarian work in Kabul. And back to Ukraine, many people who have fled their homes have headed to Poland, but Hungary has taken in more than 300,000 refugees as well. As CNN's Matt Rivers reports, some of them are learning to adapt to the new life they've been thrown into.
In the play area of a temporary refugee shelter in Zahun, Hungary, kids sketch out their recent traumas on paper. Burning tanks drawn in crayon. Deadly battles fill out the chalkboard. Just outside that tent, Anmal Gupta can't erase their pain, but he can get one of those kids a stuffed animal and a smile in the process.
When someone says, "I'm scared," what do you say to them?
Then we tell them what's going to happen next and everything will be okay, so you don't have to worry. Cool. And then I start joking with them, so a little bit there.
You're good at that.
Yes, yes, that I know.
A smile, he says, goes a long way. Anmal is a volunteer, having spent the last month just across the Ukraine border, helping weary Ukrainians navigate the first few steps of new lives as refugees in Hungary. The native of northern India is fluent in Russian, a skill honed over his years studying for a medical degree in the city of Kharkiv, Ukraine. He was living there when the bombs first started falling. His apartment was destroyed, his motorcycle hit by bullets and shrapnel, and his nights spent in bomb shelters. He fled to Hungary, but still, he wanted to help. As a foreigner, he says, he lost very little, while his friends, Ukrainians, have lost everything.
Is that part of the motivation that you have for being here?
Yes, it can be, because I have been with them for 9 years, and it feels like they are also my family.
And he's not the only foreigner once living in Ukraine that still wants to help. Behind Kiosk Restaurant's fancy dining room in Budapest works a man who just 2 weeks ago was fleeing from explosions. Even Ezeudo works in the kitchen, but in early March, he was in Kharkiv. He fled when the Russians attacked.
So, were you scared? Yeah, I was so scared, because all the bombing stuff,
It's also shaking our building.
He was studying there for a degree in business administration and wants to go back. But for now, he and his colleagues spend a part of their day cooking free meals for refugees.
At least I'm helping so that they are going to give some people food, you know, some people that doesn't have anything to eat.
Back at the border, hundreds of refugees are headed in Budapest's direction. Anmol picks up some tickets, hands them out, then picks up some bags and walks people to the train. He has done this every single day for a month now. So from us, a question.
How long do you think you're going to stay here?
As long as needed.
As long as needed. And when will that be?
No idea. That's the thing. I have no idea. But I believe that there will be some point when people will stop coming.
But that time hasn't yet come, and so he keeps helping amidst a crowd of people who need it. It's right where he wants to be. Matt Rivers, CNN, on the Hungary-Ukraine border.
And coming up, Russia is building its coalition with China. Up next, I speak with a former U.S. Department of Defense senior advisor who argues that Moscow was tilting towards the Asian system even before it invaded Ukraine. Welcome back. More now on the war in Ukraine. A CNN crew was able to get rare access into the Ukrainian city of Irpinь, just outside of the capital, Kyiv. Ukrainian forces managed to retake Irpinь, or what's left of it, from Russian control. It's an area that's off limits to civilians, and as our Fred Pleitgen shows us, the destruction there is extensive.
There is no safe way to get into Irpinь. The only feasible route is on the back of a police special forces pickup truck on dirt paths. But even here, the earth is scorched after Russian troops shelled the trail. Ukrainian forces are taking us into this area on back roads because they say taking the main roads is simply much too dangerous. They want to show us the damage done when Russian forces tried to enter Kiev. Ukrainian authorities say this is still one of the most dangerous places in this war-torn country, and we immediately see why. We are driving right towards an area engulfed in smoke from artillery shelling. This is where Russian forces tried to push into Ukraine's capital, but were stopped and beaten back by the underdog Ukrainians. The battles here are fierce. Authorities say 50% of the city has been destroyed. To us, that number seems like an understatement.
We have to keep moving quickly because this place can get shelled anytime.
Ukraine's national police now patrols Irpinь again, but their forces frequently come under fire, the chief tells me. Just yesterday, our officers who were searching for dead bodies, they were shot at with mortars, he says. They had to lay under the bridge and wait for it to stop. But the grim task of finding and taking out the many dead continues. More than 24 on this day alone. Some have been laying in the streets for weeks and can only now be removed. When Russian forces invaded Ukraine, they quickly advanced on the capital, Kiev, all the way to Irpinь. Here, the Ukrainians stood and fought back. Vladimir Putin's army controlled large parts of Irpinь, and the battle laid waste to much of this formerly wealthy suburb. And this was the epicenter, where we find burned-out Russian trucks and armored vehicles.
So this is the area where some of the heaviest fighting took place in Irpinь, and as you can see, that there was a Russian armored vehicle which was completely annihilated. We do have to be very careful around here because there still could be unexploded munitions laying around.
We meet Volodymyr Rudenko, a local resident who says he stayed and took up arms when the Russians invaded. Always, there was not a single day when I left town, he says, even during the heaviest fighting. It must have been difficult, I ask. Just so you understand, he says, once there were 348 impacts in one area in one single hour. And the battle here is not over. Suddenly, Irpin's mayor shows up with a group of special forces saying they're looking for Russians possibly still hiding here. I ask him how it's going. We're working, he says. There's information that there are 2 Russian soldiers dressed in civilian clothes, but with our group, we're going to clean them up. Ukrainian forces say they will continue the fight and further push Russian forces away from their capital. The deputy interior minister saying they need the U.S.'s support to succeed.
What do you need from the United States?
Everything. Military support, first of all.
Weapons to help the Ukrainians expel the invading army, they hope, and finally bring this suburb out of the reach of Vladimir Putin's cannons. Fred Pleiken, CNN, Irpinь, Ukraine.
Fred Pleiken there showing us that Irpinь is now back in Ukrainian hands, but at a huge cost. Enormous devastation and trauma in that city. Let's take a macro view now and take a step back. China and India, 2 major countries that are not condemning Russia's war on Ukraine. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov visited both nations this week, today meeting with, and as you see here, shaking hands with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Lavrov said Russia appreciates that India has maintained a neutral stance on the conflict in Ukraine.
This day, our Western colleagues would like to reduce any meaningful international issue to the crisis in Ukraine. You know our position. We do not hide anything, and we appreciate that India is taking this situation in the entirety of facts, not just in a one-sided way.
Meanwhile, top officials from the European Union and China met for a virtual summit today. The EU says it welcomes efforts by China to end the war in Ukraine, but adds that if China doesn't support the severe sanctions imposed on Russia by the West, it should at least not interfere with the strategy.
There must be respect for international law, as well as for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and therefore China, as a permanent member of the UN Security Council, has a very special responsibility. This is what we discussed in a very frank and open manner.
Some perspective now from Parag Khanna, an author and former senior advisor with the U.S. Department of Defense. Really good to see you, Parag. And you argue that foreignpolicy.com that even if Vladimir Putin had never invaded Ukraine, Russia was tilting towards the Asian system. And the Russian president increasingly seeks inspiration and support from both China and India. Parag Khanna joining us now from Switzerland. Good to see you. I'm not surprised that you've seen this tilt to the east. And in fact, emerging markets have been doing so. And we saw an acceleration during the global financial crisis where the global south, emerging markets teaming up together, trying to find ways to circumvent the use of the US dollar. You saw a new development bank coming to the fore, the BRICS nations, these alliances. And now this is an interesting time to take a step back from the urgency that we see on the ground in Ukraine to see what is happening in terms of global alliances. Are you seeing polarization that should be taken seriously?
It's a great question, and thank you so much for having me on, Eleni. Polarization is the kind of, we often believe that the world, or many people say the world is being bifurcated into two camps, East and West, democracies and authoritarian states. Let's look more at the individual behavior and characterize it more as just opportunism. Not polarization, not a new Iron Curtain, but opportunism. And that is how Asian states behave. They look for opportunities to take advantage of the situation, to acquire the resources that they need at a lower cost, if it means that even one of their allies or one of the states that they partner with, like Russia, is feeling a lot of heat, of course, and being isolated by the West. That means that they're not necessarily going to have to welcome it more, because as you rightly pointed out, they already have been. Putin had declared his pivot to the East, his Eastern policy, long before even the Obama administration did. So I think it's not a surprise that Putin finds, sort of friendly relationships.
Okay, let's also look at the realities right now. If China doesn't adhere to what the Europeans and the US is saying, this could, of course, hurt China because they have trillions of dollars worth of US treasuries. If they start selling, it's going to hurt them. It's also going to hurt the US. Does China really want to unseat the United States, for example, and create this sort of, dual alliance in the world where you've got a clear, cut between what we see in the East and West?
Well, China, again, is seeking mostly to maximize the leverage that it has over Russia. And in fact, we saw that happen in 2014 when Russia invaded and took Crimea from Ukraine. At that point in time, Russia had agreed, because of the sanctions imposed then, that it would start to build pipelines directly to China, which is exactly what China wanted. And now, not surprisingly, what we've seen in the aftermath of the invasion, again, of this war, is that Russia and China have agreed to accelerate the completion of gas pipelines and even the construction of new oil pipelines and greater oil purchases by China from Russia. And the same thing is happening with India. And with India, they're also talking about pricing it in rupees, for example. So these are examples of countries just taking advantage of the situation. And no doubt, because this is such a severe invasion, such a severe conflict that's taken place, so long as Putin is in power, it's really hard to imagine Western countries, such as Germany even, with the Nord Stream pipeline now being sort of shuttered, that they're going to embrace Russia again. And so really this time, it's a long-term and strategic shift into these deeper relations between Russia with Asian powers.
Okay, so what do you make of the public show of friendship with India and China? And what should we read into it? Because you made a really good point here. They're using currencies as a way to, circumvent the sanctions. And it's really been really interesting to see all these lines emerging as headlines over the past few weeks.
Yes, and so the currency is one area where, again, China has been making efforts for quite some time under the banner of its dual circulation policy to increase the settlement of trade in its currency, the RMB, and for other countries to hold the RMB more in reserve. Sino-Russian trade has reached nearly $100 billion, and Russia can actually use the RMB that it receives from the sale of oil in that currency to purchase the Chinese goods that it increasingly is going to be reliant on because of course, all of the export bans from Western countries into Russia. So this set of dynamics is basically just reinforcing the fact that Russia is going to have to import more and export more to countries in the broader Asian system, especially China and India.
You were a former senior advisor at the U.S. Department of Defense, and I wonder what your advice is at this point. These leaders have a lot of things in common, but it comes to the unsavory, of course, when it comes to authoritarianism or when it comes to human rights issues. Is this a global risk, would you say? Are you concerned?
Well, I still think that we have to take these countries one by one. Yes, they are all in the broader Asian geography. Yes, they are either authoritarian states like China and Russia, or increasingly illiberal democracies like India. They have their domestic unrest, and therefore there is some sort of you could call it strategic sympathy combined with the opportunism I was talking about earlier that is animating these relations. And as you mentioned at the top, they have been working to build institutions like the New Development Bank, the BRICS Bank, the BRICS sort of coalition, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization as well, which is nearly 2 decades old, to serve as a forum for their relationships. And as Sergei Lavrov had said directly during his conversation with Prime Minister Modi, he praises these countries for seeing their relationship as a totality and not holding the relationship hostage to Ukraine. For a country like India, quite frankly, not only given its own domestic priorities in terms of pacifying Kashmir and so forth, but also because it pays a very high price to import oil. And if it can take advantage of this situation to get that cheaper, to avoid having an inflated current account deficit, it's simply going to do those things.
All right, Parag Khanna, thank you very much. Really fascinating. Good to have you on the show. And coming up, fleeing war, then giving birth. A new mother who might otherwise be feeling immense joy explains why she feels guilt. Coming up. Right, welcome back. And just in, of course, we've been covering the humanitarian corridor that's been absolutely vital to get people out of Mariupol has been difficult to reach. This has just come into our news wires. The International Committee of the Red Cross teams that have been trying to get there and on the way to Mariupol on Friday to facilitate the safe passage of civilians had to return to Zaporizhia, and that's after arrangements and conditions made it impossible to proceed. We've been talking to the Red Cross over the past day. They said it was going to be complex, and of course, it was all about ensuring safety and efficiency in getting people out and then moving them to Zaporizhia. So latest news, Red Cross vehicles had to be turned away on the way to Mariupol because conditions made it impossible. All right, so evacuees from Ukraine are pregnant women who are about to give birth. It's a reality that makes their grueling journey even tougher. Kwangla has more on this from Poland.
Born just hours ago in Poland, baby Adelina is already a survivor of the war in Ukraine. Is it hard to be happy?
Звичайно.
It is, she says. Adelina is Kristina Pavluchenko's first child.
Себе винною.
You feel guilty? Why?
Тому що поїхав.
Because I left, she says. Left her home in western Ukraine. The war had begun. The bombing neared their city. Pavluchenko escaped by bus, then walked on foot across the border. Paramedics rushed her to the hospital. She delivered Adelina a month early, separated from her family.
Мама, сестра.
My mother, sister, grandparents still in Ukraine. He's killing our people, she says of Vladimir Putin. How could anyone be so cruel?
I'm terrified. I'm terrified that something like this can happen, that you can lead your everyday life and all of a sudden, because of decisions that you have no influence upon, there is a war and you have to flee. It's unbelievable. It's terrifying.
Dr. Magda Duch is a psychiatrist at Inflanka Specialist Hospital in Warsaw. The hospital, focused on treating women, has seen 80 Ukrainian patients this month, delivered 11 babies, and treated cancer patients like 58-year-old Tatiana Mikhailuk. I ran with my granddaughter in my arms, she says. Missiles had already blown out the windows in their building. As they fled, something exploded next to their car. Her city is now occupied by Russians. She's grateful for her doctors at the hospital and the free health care in Poland that's treating her cervical cancer. Kristina is one of the doctors. We're not using her last name because she herself is also a refugee from Ukraine, a mother of a 5-year-old and the wife of a Ukrainian military man. Your husband? My husband has been in the military since 2014. At the moment, he's in Lviv. So you had to leave your husband behind? Yes, she says. Now in Warsaw, I can't sit and do nothing, she says. I have this opportunity here to help women who fled the country. With each breath, baby Adelina offers her mother a respite from the war. What will you tell your daughter about her birth?
Правду.
The truth, she says. We will tell her everything as it was. She should know the truth.
Heartbreaking news out of Ukraine. All right, if you would like to help people in Ukraine who may be in need of shelter, food or water, please go to cnn.com/impact. You'll find several ways you can help. Well, thanks so very much for watching. I'm Eleni Jarkos. Amanpur is up next. Stay with CNN.
Hello everyone and welcome to Amanpour live from Kyiv. Here's what's coming up. As the war rages on and talks between Russia and Ukraine resume, I speak to two crucial foreign ministers. First, Ukraine's Dmytro Kuleba on whether there's any progress on a negotiated settlement. And Germany's Annalena Baerbock. Can Western countries continue to hold the line? Plus, the writer Anne Applebaum joins Michel Martin with a warning that unless democracies defend themselves, the forces of autocracy will destroy them. Welcome to the program, everyone. I'm Christiana Manpour in Kyiv. Another week of war here in Ukraine and still no end in sight. But is there a shift in Russia's strategy? Talks between the two countries' delegations resumed virtually today. Meanwhile, a bold Ukrainian strike across the border in Russia. Video shows helicopters striking a fuel depot in Belgorod. Russia says the Ukrainians were behind it, but Ukraine's Ministry of Defense said that it will neither confirm nor deny. As the alliance supporting Ukraine seeks to hold firm against Putin, I'll be speaking to the German foreign minister. But first, just moments ago, I reached Ukraine's foreign minister, who's on a diplomatic mission in Poland. He told me any Russian redeployment around Kyiv is not, as they claim, a gesture of goodwill for the talks, but because they've been forced to regroup. Foreign Minister Kuleba, welcome to the program.
It's my pleasure to be with you.
Can I ask you, on this day where there was a Zoom negotiation between the two sides, President Erdogan of Turkey has said that he's spoken to President Putin and he'd like to get Putin and your President Volodymyr Zelensky together. Do you see any reason for optimism that that might happen, and is now the right time for that to happen?
Well, since 24th of February, when Russia launched its large-scale aggression against Ukraine, the only optimism that I have is that Ukraine will eventually win this war. When it comes to Russia's actions, I remain extremely cautious on every word they say and every move they make. So we want to see their words match their deeds, and therefore we have to follow very closely every development. I haven't received the feedback from negotiators as of now, as we speak. But by the end of this conversation, I may know more how today's talks ended. If Russia was acting in good faith in those talks, and I see that instead of putting ultimatums, it really started to negotiate, then we can move forward.
Foreign Minister, can you give us an outline of your positions at these talks? Have you officially put on the table neutrality in return for security guarantees, for instance?
You know, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. This is what we diplomats say. So this agreement, it consists of different elements. Some are put forward by Russia, others are put forward by Ukraine. So for the time being, yes, I can confirm that we are discussing security guarantees, and we will be ready to consider the issue of neutrality if we see that all pieces of this puzzle, they match together. But it's too premature to say that we agreed to anything at this point.
Okay, given those parameters and understanding that nothing's agreed until all is agreed, what is the Russian position on the table? What are they asking now?
Well, officially, Russia keeps asking what President Putin voiced in his bizarre address on the eve of the aggression: neutrality, demilitarization, denazification, some other issues related to the respect to Russian language in Ukraine. All of this, we had, in the very beginning of these talks, we had two options. We could simply reject all the demands that they put forward by definition, because some of them are clearly absurd, or we could start talking to them and explain to them what is feasible, what is not, and where they are mistaken. So we went for the second option, and we engaged in a meaningful conversation with them. But some of the things, for example, the respect for Russian language, it's a pure propaganda thing, because Russian language is respected and widely spoken, but there are no restrictions on Russian language in Ukraine or denazification. I mean, even some members of the Russian delegation, as far as I know, failed to explain what is meant under the denazification.
So obviously, you know, this is an issue, right, for everybody, that nobody quite knows what Putin's end game is, what his aim is. Now that you are hearing what they're saying, and you have your own intelligence, obviously, you're hearing from the US and the UK, you see some kind of Russian troop movement. Do you believe, for instance, around Kyiv and elsewhere, that they are regrouping to redeploy, to fight another day, despite their current setbacks? And do you think that's focused on the Donbass region? How do you see the state of play right now?
First of all, we should remember that the day Russia announced they would, as I quote, significantly decrease military activity around Kyiv and Chernihiv, they did it they said it at the moment when Ukrainian forces started to successfully push them back from villages and small towns in vicinity of Kyiv. So the reason they said it was because they felt they cannot sustain the pressure. They cannot keep the front line around Kyiv. This is one thing, and it must be remembered. Second, yes, we see that some of their military units are withdrawing back into the territory of Belarus. But at the same time, we hear consistent messages, and we also receive intelligence that they are still looking at Donbass as a low-hanging fruit, according to them. We have a different opinion, but I do not exclude the option that this withdrawal has two reasons. The first one is the active movement forward of our forces and liberation of villages and towns. And second, they need to regroup resources and to prepare for the battle for Donbass.
Mm-hmm. Foreign Minister, you obviously see the video of the helicopters that struck a fuel depot just across the Russian border from Ukraine in Belgorod. Is that the work of Ukraine's helicopters, and did you guys do it?
I saw the video, but the quality is insufficient for me to identify whether it was Ukrainian helicopters or not.
Right. But have you been told by have you asked your military, intelligence, whoever you need to ask?
I haven't yet. I didn't have a chance to call our military people. I'm in Poland now, and I have a very busy schedule, meetings with Polish counterparts, but I will try to find out later in the day.
Yeah, the reason I ask you is because your authorities here are not confirming or denying. But just to say, if it was you, is that a game changer in terms, Dmitry Peskov, the presidential spokesperson in Moscow, says, oh, that might, negatively impact the talks. What do you say to that?
Well, the only real factor that has negative impact on talks is Russian aggression as a whole and Russian war crimes committed in the territory of Ukraine.
And are you surprised that your forces seem to have such ability to maneuver in the skies over your own country, but also across the border?
I'm Ukrainian. I have trust in the people of Ukraine and in our armed forces, and of course, as foreign minister, in our diplomacy. This is a war. They attacked us to destroy us. They reject our right to exist as a nation. So it means that we will be fighting back by all means available to us within existing international laws of warfare, of course, because we're a civilized nation, unlike them.
Can I just play for you? You're in Poland. Yesterday I had the opportunity to speak to the Polish Prime Minister, and he was quite... he urgently said that the West must stick together, that, sanctions needed to really be maintained, and that as much military infrastructure as possible, defensive weapons, the stuff you need, needs to be developed as soon as possible. I just want to play this little soundbite from our interview, get you to react to it.
our public opinion will get tired with this war, as we already observed. This is why I'm making this appeal to all the good people in the United States. Do not get tired with this, because it is the focal point in this is a turning point in our history, and we cannot allow Putin to conquer another country.
So, you know, he's basically saying that, well, you heard what he says, that we in the West, you have a public opinion, in Moscow you don't. Are you convinced that the public opinion and therefore the allies, you know, stance will remain solid no matter how long this goes on for?
Well, first of all, I want to be straight on one issue. Whatever happens at the table of negotiations, more sanctions have to be imposed against Russia and more weapons have to be supplied to Ukraine. Because these are the real arguments in talks. The stronger Ukraine is, the more painful the pressure on Russia is, the stronger our position in talks is, and therefore the better are the chances to get a good agreement, an agreement that would respect Ukraine. And this must be absolutely clear. No one should be using an argument that since people are talking, sitting at the table and talking to each other, let's put sanctions on hold or let's not supply certain weapons to Ukraine. This is a war, again, I would like to remind it. And I think it makes sense for our friends and partners to continue supporting us. When it comes to the public perception of the war, of course, we live in a real world. And I understand that many other events may be taking place in the coming weeks that will distract the attention of the world public opinion. But this Russian aggression against Ukraine is a threat to entire global security. So we are not getting tired of fighting for freedom, for independence, and for values. So I hope that people in the West will not get tired of supporting us as well. The only fatigue that I have observed so far is the sanctions fatigue in some European capitals who try to not to avoid imposing the additional tough sanctions on Russia. But we are working with them, and I believe we will overcome that. We will help them to overcome that fatigue.
Can you tell me which countries you're specifically talking about?
I'm very honest with you, but at this point, I will remain a diplomat.
Right. So let me ask you this then, because I guess you've seen, obviously, all the intelligence that's been broadcast in the last couple of days suggesting that President Putin has been misinformed about the state of his military on the ground here, along with a whole load of other expectations of his that haven't come to bear. If that is the case, you know, and you've just said that he keeps repeating the maximalist original demands at the negotiating table, what is it going to take, do you think, for him to get more real in terms of a negotiating tactic from his side?
I believe he already became more real, since I cannot imagine that the withdrawal of Russian forces from the north of Ukraine was not ordered by him. If we translate this recent movement into the human language, it literally means I do not have sufficient power to continue attacking Ukraine from 3 directions simultaneously. So I have to move part of my military strength to another direction to reinforce my army in that area. So we always have to, I cannot imagine a moment when Putin will come out and say, okay, we lost it, it was a mistake. This is never going to happen. They will always claim that they are winning, that everything is fine and going according to the plan. I can recall at least 3 or 4 times then when Russian officials said that Ukraine's air defense has been effectively destroyed, and yet we keep shooting down their planes and helicopters. So whatever his picture of reality is, from the steps they are making on the ground, I can conclude that he has an understanding that his power that he is not strong enough to continue attacking Ukraine from all corners, and that's clear now.
And yet we do have reports that your government is very concerned about the the step up in Russian shelling and bombardment of the Donbass region. So that is where they said they're going to be refocusing. But the question I have to you is, President Zelensky has just said that he has relieved 2 former top generals of their command and their positions. And he said that I do not have time to deal with all the traitors. What does he mean by that? Is there a 5th column in your group? Do you think you've identified potentially even military or former military working with and for the Russians?
War is always a moment of truth, and people demonstrate their best and their worst. Someone who seemed to be strong in times of peace becomes weak in times of war, and vice versa. So, of course, Russia had its agents in Ukraine at different levels. Of course, we've been going after them, and we continue doing so. But the dismissals are taking place not only because someone allegedly, I am not the judge, so I cannot make the final judgment, but someone was a traitor, but also because someone was not effective enough or not resolved enough in protecting the country, in defending it. I have the same story in the diplomatic service. Some ambassadors are acting well and demonstrate great efficiency. Others are not as strong, and I have to make my decisions. So it's a normal thing. War is a moment when everyone understands who is worth what.
Right. Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, thank you so much indeed for joining us again.
Thank you.
Now, Ukraine is relying on the United States and Europe for its very survival. But can these countries actually hold the line no matter what? Earlier, I spoke to the German Foreign Minister, Annalena Baerbock, and asked her whether she and the other EU nations were committed to keeping the sanctions and keep the cost on Putin for his aggression. Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, welcome to the program.
Hello and good evening.
So it's been about 36 days of this war. Can you and your government assess where we are at the moment? What do you think is the end game for Putin?
Unfortunately, I would say nobody knows, because nobody could have imagined that a president from a European country would attack so brutally its neighbor, because it's not only a neighbor, there's so many families, friends, relationships between Ukraine and Russia. We have also seen that this is not only an attack on Ukraine, but it's also an attack on the European peace order. So that's why we have answered as we did, together with the United States, together with Canada, together with many other countries aboard, but especially together as the European Union with the strongest sanction package we have ever had, to make sure that these breach of fundamental international law and of the European peace and security order is not being tolerated in any way, and that we will stop Putin with whatever we can do.
Let me ask you about that then, because, you know, the French Foreign Minister, your counterpart, has said that winning this is a strategic necessity for the West. That's a big, big aim, a strategic necessity. If that's the case, and whether you agree if that's the case, do you believe you're doing enough to actually achieve your strategic ends? Your Polish compatriot, the Prime Minister of Poland, I spoke to yesterday, and he said, look, you know, the Russian ruble is doing fairly well, you know, against the dollar. It's not really yet impacting Putin. He is getting oil revenue. How do you expect to influence him going forward?
Well, I think we have to be very honest in this so difficult situation, because we are all humans, and everybody from us is a mother, is a grandmother, is a sister, is a father, is a nephew, and everybody from us wishes that peace would be there tomorrow. But the brutal reality is that Putin himself has chosen to do the opposite, to fight a war against civilians and to fight a war against the European peace order. And this is why we have answered with the sanction package, but we have to face reality also that we are in a situation that NATO is standing there in solidarity with Ukraine and on the other hand Russia, which has made clear that there are no red lines for themselves. So this is why we support military-wise with weapons as Europeans. We are supporting also from Germany with weapons which we haven't done in the past because the reality has changed so brutally. We have set up this sanction package, but it's in Putin's hands because he's the one who started the war without any reason, and this is now his responsibility to end the war, and we pressure the system of Putin by the sanctions so that he's being isolated, and we as an international community are making very, very clear that these are heavy costs on his own society, on his own citizens. But unfortunately, in this world, in the 21st century, we are all interdependent, we are all connected to each other. So therefore, the question you were raising about fossil fuels, oil and energy, Europe is connected with Russia, and therefore we are working every day to phase out also with regard to our fossil dependency on Russia.
I'm going to get into that in just a second, but first I want to, I mean, you can see probably, anyway, everybody can see behind me that it's foggy. The fog of war literally is demonstrating itself here in Kiev. And the reason I mention it is because there seems to be a fog about what Putin knows and what he doesn't know, how much he's been made aware of. US and other intelligence say he's being misled. Your chancellor has been speaking to him. I don't know whether you've had a recent readout, whether he's talked to Putin recently, but what are you getting from any kind of interaction with Putin right now? What is he saying to you?
Well, obviously, he's totally isolated, or he other way around. He isolated himself, and not only within the last week within this war, but even in the times before, because obviously he had a scenario that he would just invade Ukraine within a couple of days, that there wouldn't be any resistance from Ukrainian. He entered in this war with a false narrative, with lies, saying that he would have to free Ukraine. But he was actually attacking Ukrainians, Russian-speaking Ukrainians. He was attacking innocent people. And this belief, this wrong narrative he has been telling to the world is obviously also something what he is believing himself. When my chancellor, when the president of France, when others are speaking to Putin, obviously they are telling him that he started the war on lies, that he broke with international law, with everything we are standing for together in this world. But he is obviously not only not listening to my chancellor, to other international partners, but obviously also the few people who are left behind him or around him who can actually speak to him do not even dare to tell him the truth also about the reality in Ukraine, that his troops are not being as successful as he obviously thought in the past. And I think this is so important that we not only answer with sanctions, but that we all together as an international community tell the truth around the world, because we can see that he is spreading his narrative, his lies also around the world about the aggression in Ukraine, but also with regard to food security. And we have to ensure that the world knows about the true facts, that it was Russia attacking Ukraine, and that the problems we are facing now around the world with regard to food security, but also with regard to energy prices, which are hitting many, many countries in Africa, in Asia, but also in Europe very, very heavily, that this is a fault of President Putin.
So let me ask you about that, because one of your own ministers has said, and let me just quote your economy minister, that Germany will be poorer because of Russia's assault on Ukraine, but that he believes, quote, we are ready to pay that price. Do you share that optimism about the solidarity of your people, not to mention your government, if it starts really hitting them in the pocket?
Well, I'm part of the government, and therefore, yes, I definitely not only believe it, but we are working every day on hitting the Russian regime. Because he breached with everything we are standing for. And this is also a price on our own economy, on our own citizens, because we have such a high dependency on Russia. There we can also see the mistakes in the past from Europe, but also from my country, from the former government, because we had such a high interconnection, especially in the field of energy. And we all remember that the former government have said that Nord Stream 2, for example, is only an economic project. But everybody knew, and I was always addressing this, that this has not only geopolitical consequences, but also it's a security question for Ukraine. But this is spilled milk right now, and we have to learn for the futures, and that is why we are totally disconnecting now all our dependency on energy with Russia. We are phasing out oil, coal and also gas in the upcoming months. With gas, it's very, very difficult because we have such a high dependency, but we have made clear that we are phasing out totally. And yes, this has effects on the prices in Germany, but this is nothing compared to the price Ukrainians are paying because people are dying in these minutes.
So you indirectly swiped at the chancellery of Angela Merkel. Do you think that she was too soft? She was known as the only person in Europe, frankly, that President Putin respected. Do you believe she was too soft on Nord Stream, on reaction after the 2014 invasion of eastern Ukraine, Crimea annexation?
Well, I think this is not the time for finger pointing because every politician, every responsible politician in Europe has now the responsibility to do everything to end this war. But what I've said already a minute ago is that we should never face this again, that we are having such a high dependency on other countries, especially on other countries which do not share our values, which are not standing on our common values and common rules. And this is a lesson we have to learn. We had it not only with regard to Nord Stream 2, we had also debate within the European Union on the question, for example, critical infrastructure with regard to telecommunication. We have said in 2014, as European Union, you mentioned Crimea, that we have to be independent from Russia, but obviously we didn't do enough, or we actually did the contrary. So this is why we have to learn now from the past. And on the other hand, we have to see what was good. And this was that we actually kept the sanctions from 2014. And this is why, for me, it's now also so important when we are talking about sanction packages right now, that these sanctions do not only work for a couple of days or even a couple of weeks, but these sanctions have to stay in place until Ukraine is free and in peace again. And that's why it's so important that when we formulate a new sanction package, and I totally agree with my French colleague, that we have to prepare a new sanction package, but this sanction package has to be not only strong, it has to also stay as long as it has to stay.
Foreign Minister Baerbock, let me ask you whether you feel you faced Putin down over this oil. You've all been saying that he's been extorting you and blackmailing you with demands to be paid for oil and gas in rubles and not euros, and then saying that he was going to cut off the exports. This has not transpired. He hasn't, and they're still running, and he will continue to accept euros. Do you feel that you faced him down?
Well, I wish I could say yes to this question, but this would be only the case when Ukraine is free again and when people in Ukraine can live in peace again, because the overall goal is that this bombing ends and that citizens of Ukraine can live safely in their country again. So unfortunately, even though it was very important that we gave a strong answer on this ruble question, that we are not being blackmailed and that we are not playing games. But this is only one minor part, because the most important thing is that this bombing of civilians, and you're in Kiev right now, you know how the situation is, for example, in Mariupol, that there are still more than 100,000 civilians in the city. And even though Putin is saying every other day that he's having, as he is calling it, peace negotiations, but on the same moment he's bombing Mariupol, he's bombing so-called humanitarian corridors, he's not allowing medicine and food inside the cities, which is obviously a violation of humanitarian law, so it's war crimes. So you cannot say on the one hand that you're having so-called peace negotiations, and on the other hand you are bombing hospitals. And unfortunately we see that his game is not only about ruble or euros being paid for gas, but it's still the question that we need an end to these bombings.
In the meantime, Germany has just announced, your country has just announced, that it will be delivering some 56 tanks to the Ukrainians. This again would be a first. You've delivered lethal aid for the first time in Germany's post-war history. And, you know, it's been observed around the world that since the beginning of this war, you have, as a nation, turned your foreign policy and your defense policy essentially 180 degrees from what it was post-World War II. Talk to me about that and how important that is for you.
Well, frankly speaking, I wished we wouldn't have had the need for doing these steps, because I'm a generation that grew up in peace in Europe. We thought in Europe that facing war would never address us again. We saw it at the Balkans at the beginning of the 90s. Also those days, it was a government in Germany, also a Green foreign minister, who said we have to end these atrocities, and engaging back then, first time a German military again in war. And after that, we worked on building a peace structure also with regard to Russia. But obviously we have been lied to, and therefore, as you have said, yes, we had to change our course in Germany by 180 degrees, because Ukraine needed our also military support. We tried everything to avoid this war, but it was Putin's decision to do the opposite, and that's why now we are also delivering weapons to Ukraine in compliance with Article 51 of the UN Charter, that Ukraine can defend itself.
Mm-hmm. And Foreign Minister, I am sure you didn't expect to become Foreign Minister as a member of the Green Party at a time of war. And yet you are, and your own Chancellor has said that the security of your nation right now rests in the hands of three women. Yourself as Foreign Minister, your Defense Minister, who's a woman, and indeed the Minister of Homeland Security. A sort of a feminist foreign policy. Do you agree with him? And how do you think that strategically changes and, you know, your foreign policy and your security policy as a nation?
Well, we are definitely at a crossroad, because we have never formulated actually a national security policy. But as the world and as the reality has changed, we also have to change politics. This is why we actually do politics, to address the challenges ahead. And maybe it's a chance that these resources are lying now in the hands of women, because we are formulating now a security policy with the concept of human security, addressing to everybody. And I think that especially in those days when we are saying we are speaking about security, this means not only being secure against war, but also having the choice to live in freedom. This is what the Ukrainians have been fighting for in the last years. And also security meaning, for example, food security, or even with regard to the climate crisis. So it's human security with three dimensions, addressing every person in society. And we can see now also in wars how important it is to also have a gender look at this. And this is why I'm saying this has also a feminist foreign policy dimension, for example, addressing the situation that also rape is being using as a weaponry within the war. We have experienced this at the war at the Balkans, and now we are facing it, unfortunately, again in Ukraine when we're hearing about reports of women being raped. So this is a comprehensive security approach we are addressing right now, not only as Germany, but together with our European friends and neighbors.
Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, thank you so much for joining us from Berlin today.
Thank you. All the best.
And Germany is not just stepping up militarily, it is also doing its part to help the many people who are fleeing this crisis. It has registered nearly 300,000 Ukrainian refugees so far. Now, earlier this week, Andrei Yermak, President Zelensky's chief of staff, told me that Ukrainians are, quote, fighting for our land, country, and for all of democracy. That is an issue our next guest tackles. Anne Applebaum is staff writer for The Atlantic, and she's a Pulitzer Prize-winning historian. Her latest article, There is No Liberal World Order, argues that unless democracies defend themselves together, the forces of autocracy will destroy them. And she joins Michelle Martin to discuss this existential struggle.
Thanks, Christian. And Applebaum, thank you so much for joining us.
Delighted.
You've been writing with some urgency for some time now about what you see as threats to democracy, democratic institutions worldwide. In fact, you've said very bluntly that the autocrats are winning. Why do you say that?
Our idea of an autocracy, that it's a strong man, you know, maybe he controls the police, maybe there are a few dissidents, you know, he has some propaganda newspapers, is very outdated. Nowadays, autocracies work together. The state-owned, oligarch-controlled companies in one country invest in the state-owned, oligarch-controlled companies in another. They share surveillance technology. They share intelligence information. They work together to help one another in different parts of the world. They help one another evade sanctions. They have similar goals, namely to push back against the democratic activism in their own countries, and very often to undermine or attack democracies around the world, especially America and Europe, but also elsewhere. And so what we're really dealing with now is it's not a formal network, it's not a bloc, but it is a semi-organized, almost like a corporation, you know, Autocracy Inc., which is now putting up barriers to democracies, trying to undermine them, trying to, you know, alter the rules of the game really in the world. And, you know, of course, the most blatant and grotesque and violent evidence of this is the war in Ukraine.
How does what we're seeing in Ukraine fit into this broader pattern? Because I think that people have been, you know, appropriately so, very focused on the immediate physical suffering of the people of the country, the huge refugee sort of outflow as a consequence of this sort of onslaught. But how does the Ukraine campaign, how does Russia's attack on Ukraine fit into this broader pattern?
So Russia's attack on Ukraine is really just the most egregious example of something we've seen a lot of in the last few years, namely the fact that autocracies no longer believe that there are any rules to follow or any norms that need to be met. So whether it's hijacking planes, whether it's poisoning their citizens and other citizens, whether it's kidnapping, or whether it's really assaults on their own people, as we've seen, for example, in Venezuela or in Burma. Whatever the offense is, they no longer feel any restraint. There's no, the human rights norms don't interest them. International law doesn't interest them. They're willing to defy all of that. And the Russian invasion of Ukraine is just the most blatant version of, of that. I mean, look what Russia has done over the past several years. It's poisoned dissidents both at home and outside the country. It's kidnapped people. It's murdered people. It's, the Russian state has no qualms about assaulting anybody. And now, having met no real resistance, they're now, they've now carried that to a much higher level in the invasion of Ukraine.
And also, I guess I think you would point out assaulting people, poisoning people beyond their borders.
This is something that some have called transnational repression. In other words, when the organs of an autocratic state reach across borders and attack either their own citizens or foreigners, and violating local laws, violating international law. And this is something that's been happening repeatedly in a number of countries around the world. And it has so far met no real resistance from the West or from the Western democracies. And so, they feel kind of impunity. They're able to continue committing these crimes and nobody's particularly bothered by it.
Well, that of course invites the question is, why are they facing no real resistance from democracies? I mean, obviously in the United States, we became very well acquainted with the former president's seemingly infatuation with the Russian president. But you're writing recently, especially in your most recent article, you say that this actually goes beyond that. It actually predates this refusal of the West to take this seriously. Is there a moment that you could identify where this sort of refusal to take this seriously became most obvious? And why do you think that is?
There are two phenomena. One is the phenomenon of actual fascination with autocracy that we saw in the Trump administration, but we also see in some politicians in other democracies. And in addition to that, there is, on the other side of the political coin, there is a refusal to believe that this is real. I think it really dates back, in fact, to the 1990s, when you had the beginnings of, very soon actually after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the beginnings of a revival of Russian imperialism, which got no reaction in the West. You saw it, when there was a kind of theory in that era, and it continued into the 2000s, that if we just trade with Russia, if we trade with China, we will somehow, we'll convince them to become part of our institutions. We'll democratize them by helping them get rich. And all through that era, there was this illusion that if we just trade with them, things will get better. And actually the opposite happened. It turned out that trading with autocracies makes the ruling parties or the leaders wealthy, and it doesn't make them more democratic or more liberal or more likely to abide by international law at all. And so really this dates back quite a long way. I mean, maybe an important break also probably happened during the Obama administration, when Obama didn't take the first invasion of Ukraine, the invasion of Crimea, quite as seriously. He thought it was a regional problem. It was something that, was Russia's problem with Ukraine. And it didn't look to him, and to be fair, it didn't look to most people yet like it was part of a larger pattern. And I think the pattern has become clear, though, over the last 8 years.
Talk about Hungary. I mean, it's just been fascinating to watch Hungary's leader make, I don't know what you want to call it, sort of these sort of goodwill missions around the world. He was even warmly received in Israel by the prior administration of Benjamin Netanyahu. And there are elections now coming up in which, reporters are noting how, even though in the past, Viktor Orban has won elections which were reasonably free and fair, he has now changed the rules. He's been changing the rules aggressively to advantage his own party. Would you just talk about that? And this has been happening in plain sight. None of this is a secret.
Yes, I would say it's actually been a while since there were free and fair elections in Hungary, and the playing field gets more and more skewed all the time. But yes, I mean, Viktor Orban offers to many Democrats who are tired of their own democracies, or they dislike some aspect of their own countries, or they're simply hungry for power, he offers a model. Here's how, as an elected Democrat, and the first time he was certainly elected, here's how you can take control of your country's institutions, undermine the media, undermine the courts, change the Constitution, change the electoral laws, manipulate the results of elections, and here's how you can stay in power indefinitely. And that's a model that many people admire. Many Americans, members of the Republican Party, admire it. Many people admire it in Poland or in France or in Germany. It's an appealing model if you're a Democratic politician who doesn't think in a democracy, who doesn't think much of your own country or much of your own political system. And so, the result in Hungary is going to be interesting to watch. I find it hard to believe that Viktor Orban would allow anyone else to win. I don't think that was ever really on the cards. But it will nevertheless be interesting to watch how it plays out.
And when you say taking over the media, taking over these institutions, changing, could you just be a little bit more specific? You mean has literally taken over media institutions, or rather his sympathizers have. Could you just be more specific about the way in which he's really bent what were independent institutions to his own purpose?
So what Orban has done, for example, to the media in Hungary is complicated. It's not the same thing as an outright nationalization. It's not censorship. Instead, what he did was he manipulated the advertising market so that, particularly, government companies state-owned companies would spend a lot of money on newspapers that were favorable to him. Newspapers that were unfavorable to him, or television stations, would find the advertising market dried up. Companies who advertised in those media would lose government contracts, or would suffer in other ways, or would have tax inspections or something like that. And so essentially he starved out the independent media. And then as they began to go bankrupt, he arranged for his cronies, for people who were close to him politically, to buy up those properties. So it was all legal, sort of, but it was a way of manipulating the market. And it was possible to do that because it's a relatively small country, and because the business community was quite craven, and eventually they became quite afraid. So a lot of businesses eventually moved out of the country. I mean, at the same time, he was creating his own set of oligarchs, so a set of business people who were essentially dependent on him and on his party for their business. They got subsidies, they got contracts, they got deals, and some of them these were private companies. Nevertheless, they benefited from their relationship to him, and those who didn't have that relationship suffered. So he twisted the economy, he twisted the media market, and in that way took it over. So in practice in Hungary, there is no real independent television. Nobody watches television news that isn't pro-government, and by pro-government I mean viciously partisan, not just kind of biased, but viciously and aggressively partisan. And it's very difficult to find any media at all that's in the opposition. There are a few websites run by very brave journalists, but it's certainly not a balanced market, and most Hungarians wouldn't see anything that's in opposition to the government at all. And
of course the voter rules too, sort of manipulating the rules around voter access.
Yes. So the other thing that Orban did was he manipulated the constitution. He kept changing the rules about voting. He changed, the rules about how you count a majority in Hungary. They have parliamentary politics, which is different from the U.S. But essentially, he manipulated the system so that even when he had a little tiny majority of, a couple of percentage points in the polls, he would have a huge majority in parliament, which then gave him, the constitutional majority, enabling him to enact all kinds of deep changes. And so that was also a part of his system, to change the political system in order to give his political party advantages.
Now, you cannot help but notice the similarities to some of the initiatives taking place in the United States. In the United States, we are seeing similar movements. We are seeing people who are inventing fraud that doesn't exist in order to create a rationale for making it harder for people to vote, certain people to vote, but not others, changing the forms of identification that people can use. I understand that you spend a good deal of your time overseas, but you're looking at both countries. I mean, you travel back and forth. And I wonder, do people see these similarities as part of a larger trend?
So not only do people see these similarities, and by the way, I do spend a lot of time in the US, but not only do people see these similarities, there's a part of the Republican Party, and particularly a part of the conservative establishment, that now sees Hungary as a model. It's CPAC, which is one of the most important conservative conferences, is being held in Budapest for a reason. The leading conservative commentators, Tucker Carlson from Fox News, go to Budapest to broadcast for a reason. They go there because they see that manipulation of democratic institutions as something they would like to do in the United States. So I think not only are they similar, I think they aren't the Americans are modeling themselves on what happened in Hungary, or some Americans. I don't want to say everybody, it's not the entire Republican Party, but a part of the Republican Party sees that as their goal. They also want to create a system whereby they have a party with a minority, support of a minority of the country that nevertheless controls everything indefinitely, or at least is, for a very long time. So yes, I think there's a direct relationship. I think it's a causal relationship. I think what Orban has done has been very influential on a part of the Republican Party.
So in your latest piece, you say there is no natural liberal order, and there are no rules without someone to enforce them. Unless democracies defend themselves together, the forces of autocracy will destroy them. These are very strong words. Talk a bit more about what are the steps that democratic nations need to embrace now with urgency to fight autocracies, not just here in this instance, but around the world and going forward.
So I think the immediate recognition that this liberal world order, or these norms that we talk about, aren't real unless we defend them, and unless we're willing to even militarily defend them, is a very important realization and I don't think it's quite dawned on everybody yet. That's the first piece of it. The second piece of it is the way in which we've enabled kleptocracy. We've allowed corruption to grow around the world, and we've allowed corrupt people and politicians to infiltrate our systems, to use our banking system to hide their money, our property markets. We've allowed their money to manipulate even our political systems. Understanding that and fighting back, ending tax havens, ending the shell company. Why do we need to have anonymous companies? For what reason? Ending some of those practices. I mean, those are legal practices. They exist because some legislature passed a law. They can also be de-existed. I mean, they can be abolished in the same way. I would say that. I would say, thirdly, thinking in a much deeper and more profound way about how we communicate to the rest of the world. The idea that there's a marketplace of ideas and the best ideas will win, that's not true in a world in which, Viktor Orban owns all the newspapers and Vladimir Putin controls all of his television channels. So beginning to think about how we communicate our values, how we speak to the inhabitants of autocracies and indeed of other democracies, that would be the third thing. I mean, the fourth thing, is usually discussed in a different context, but there now is a double reason to end our dependence on carbon, on oil and gas, because oil and gas not only are polluting the planet, they are also the source of funding for, several major autocracies. Some of the most difficult, bloody, and disruptive countries in the world, Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela. These are all countries that exist and thrive because a small clique of people have got hold of natural resources and are able to exploit them because the rest of the world is dependent on them for their energy use. Time to move rapidly away from those sources of energy and to find something different, both because of climate change and because those things enable democracy. And then finally, I would say, for the inhabitants of democracies, taking this seriously. Maybe democracy isn't just a thing that's like tap water, you just turn it on and it's always going to be there. Maybe it's something that's going to require you to participate in local institutions, or to join a party, or to help a campaign, or to, work in even your local co-op board. I mean, whatever it is, being engaged in public life is not, I think, optional anymore. More people need to do it. They need to understand that democracy only works to the extent that citizens are motivated to support it and participate in it.
Anne Applebaum, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
And finally tonight, as I mentioned, the day-long fog that has descended over Kyiv all day seems to match the unclear nature of what people understand of Putin's intentions and where his war is headed. 5 weeks in, there are still so many unanswered questions, like will Moscow's aggression result in a stalemate? Will this be an ongoing war of attrition? With Russian forces repositioning and reassessing their strategy, are they digging in for the long haul? Or will the stiff Ukrainian resistance crack Russia's resolve? We'll be watching and we'll be reporting from here as this massive crisis intensifies. That is it for now.
And if you ever miss our show, you can find the latest episode shortly after it airs on our podcast. Thanks for watching, and good night from Kyiv.
I'm David Culver in Beijing, and this is CNN.
Hello everyone, live from CNN in Dubai, I'm Eleni Jokas. Tonight, signs the conflict in Ukraine could be escalating as Russia says it was attacked on its home soil. We'll have all those details for you. Then rescue efforts for civilians out of Mariupol are again delayed. I'll be speaking to the International Rescue Committee about what's happening on the ground. And later, the World Cup draw is here. Find out who's going head-to-head. Right, so we begin with reports that the war in Ukraine could be widening as Russia accuses Ukraine of carrying out its first cross-border attack. It says 2 Ukrainian helicopters hit a fuel depot in Prigorod today, triggering a massive fire. The city is one of Russia's main logistical hubs for its war efforts. Ukrainian officials neither confirm nor deny responsibility. In Ukraine itself, devastating news in the meantime for civilians that are desperate to escape the ruins of Mariupol. A Red Cross evacuation convoy could not reach the city today and had to turn around. The aid group says it is simply running out of words to describe the horrors that people there are enduring. The siege of Mariupol is part of Russia's effort to seize control of the entire Donbas region. A senior U.S. defense official says Russia's focus on Donbas could mean a longer, more prolonged conflict. And our David McKenzie is following developments tonight from London. David, I want to start off with what Russia says is the first cross-border attack by Ukraine into Russia. And of course, the Ukrainians say they can't confirm nor deny this. How does this change, firstly, the security situation, and how does it impact the discussions that are going on?
Well, I think the primary thing we can look at this is a question mark over potentially Russia's air defense systems in the southern part of the country. In that region, you had these 2 helicopters at least. Now, just a short time ago, the Russian Ministry of Defense saying that they were Mi-24 gunships from Ukraine that struck this fuel depot, which contained millions of gallons of fuel. And you see those extraordinary videos of the helicopters at 5 a.m. in the morning, according to Russian officials, extremely low altitude flying, presumably to evade any air defense system. There was a large explosion and massive fire. The governor of that region saying that 2 people were injured, not life-threatening injuries. It's too early to say whether this is going to be a sustained escalation of the conflict. Of course, Russia itself has been rocketing parts of Ukraine very far from the front lines, including fuel depots. Now, the Russians just a short time ago saying that this was for civilian use. The Ukrainian official, as you mentioned, saying this is not the first time we're witnessing such accusations. Therefore, I will neither confirm nor deny this information. Now, you can understand why the Ukrainians, even if they are responsible for this attack, wouldn't want to put their name to it, given the very tentative negotiations that are ongoing with the Russians for some kind of ceasefire. The Kremlin spokesperson saying that this could impact these ongoing negotiations, which haven't really, to be honest, seen any major breakthroughs. And they also said that the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, was made aware of this pre-dawn attack.
Yeah, and David, I mean, as you say, that Russia says this could impact the talks, but they specifically said this could escalate things on the ground. And of course, you rightly say there wasn't really anything concrete at this point. Russia saying that they want more than just assurances on neutrality. Give me a sense of how things have really just evolved over the last few days.
Well, what you've seen on the ground, and our reporters in Kiev have been confirming, is that Russian troops have been moving away on a certain extent from the center of Kiev. What this latest incident, and at this stage it's just an incident, shows is that there is still air capability from the Ukrainians, even allegedly into Russian airspace. Again, this is not confirmed, and nor is it corroborated by CNN. But it does show that they have this capability, if this is turns out to be the Ukrainian Air Force or helicopter gunships, to go inside Russian territory. Sure, it's close to the border, but is it a significant symbolic move? And it does show that there is not the air power ascendancy which one expected from Russia in the opening days of this conflict. Eleni?
David McKenzie, thank you so much for that insight. And just a short time ago, the mayor of Bucha, a suburb of Kyiv, said Ukrainian forces have now retaken the town. Ukraine has been making advances since Russian troops began repositioning away from the capital this week. Let's talk more about today's developments with CNN military analyst Cedric Layton. He is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel. Cedric, really good to see you. I mean, I want to talk about this attack on the depot and how significant this is. What do you make of the messaging both from the Ukrainian and the Russian side about this attack?
Yeah, Eleni, it's good to be with you as well. I think what the, on the Russian side, of course, this, if it is in fact the Ukrainians that did this, it is a great embarrassment that the Ukrainians were able, as David mentioned, to penetrate the Russian air defenses and strike a target that is, from at least a tactical perspective, very lucrative. I mean, this is appeared to be a petroleum oil lubricant facility, or POL facility, as we use that term in the military jargon, basically an oil storage facility. And that could have a significant impact on logistics operations in the Belgorod region for Russian forces, because that was a big jumping off point for them when the invasion started on February 24th. As far as the Ukrainian side of this is concerned, it's very interesting that they're not claiming credit for it. So that leads me to believe that if it was them, they're trying to shroud this in as much secrecy as possible. They want everybody to know that these kinds of things are happening and that the Russians are exhibiting some weaknesses, but they also don't want to admit directly that this is what's what they're doing.
Yeah, fascinating. Do you think that this is going to signal a significant shift in the conflict? Russia says this could cause an escalation. We know talks are kind of underway. And as you say, it's interesting the Ukrainians don't want to completely say it was them, but also leaving things to the imagination, it seems, at this point.
Yeah, very much like the Israelis, actually, when they do certain things, for example, in Lebanon or, against the forces in Gaza. So I would, as far as this is concerned, I believe that, when it comes to the escalatory rhetoric that the Russians are talking about, we all have to keep in mind that the Russians have attacked numerous oil storage facilities in Ukraine, including in areas that are not directly in what we consider to be the conflict zones, everything from towns like Lviv or Lutsk all the way through the center of the country. So this is, whether or not it's a real escalation right now, I see that more as Russian rhetoric, because the Russians do need to understand, from the Ukrainian point of view, they need to understand that the Ukrainians are willing to hit back, and they may hit back in some areas that are quite painful.
Okay, so I want to talk about that sort of dynamic where around Kyiv, if you look at Irpinь or you look at Bucha, for example, where the Ukrainians say they've retaken control, and we've seen this redeployment, repositioning of Russian military, which is anticipated to then focus on the east. Are you worried about eastern cities that could now be under attack or be the point of aggression?
Yes, I think it's interesting when you look at the towns around Kiev, such as Bucha, Irpinь, and the others that we talk about frequently. It's very important to realize that the pause in fighting, if you really can't call it that, but the Ukrainian gains, let's say, may come at the expense of territories in the east. And what I'd be watching for, of course, is the Donbas region, where there has been a significant increase in Russian activity. Also the area around Chernihiv and Kharkiv. Those areas are, I think, particularly important for the Ukrainians, because, of course, they are wanting to take that part of the Donbas that they don't have, and any movement in the northeast is going to be very important for their effort there.
So Cedric, very quickly, regarding Mariupol, because that city has been under relentless attack, but still holding strong. Melitopol, for example, is under Russian occupation. Do we understand what the dynamics are in terms of how many cities Russians have at this point in time, and what their targets are going to be, and also the vulnerable cities, whether they are at significant risk of seeing a significant change in dynamics?
Yeah, I think the main areas to be concerned about are along the coastline. First of all, around the Sea of Azov, you will find that they're building that land bridge that they've talked about for a long time, and that's where Mariupol in particular becomes critical for them. And we should also look toward the west of that coastline, toward Odessa. The Russians are experiencing at least some degree of setback, around Kherson and those areas. So especially Mykolaiv. So those areas become important to look at, and I think we have to be careful that they don't try to do something from the sea, whether it's by missile attack or by land attack against Odessa.
Cedric Layton, great to have you on. Thank you so very much for that analysis. Let's go now live to Ukraine. Phil Black joins us from Lviv. Phil, humanitarian corridor, a vital artery that needs to open up to get over 100,000 people out of Mariupol. We've heard from the Red Cross. They're saying they had to turn back because of conditions that made it very difficult to get into the city. What more do we know?
The humanitarian corridors, Eleni, open almost every day, but throughout the course of this war, they've only been letting civilians out in their own cars or on foot. What the officials here haven't been able to do, and groups like the Red Cross, they haven't been able to get supplies in or empty buses in to get out people in larger numbers. They've tried to do that over the last 36 hours or so, and it has largely proven to be unsuccessful, although some mixed success. So what we understand is that some buses were able to pick up, and this is from a convoy originally of some 45 buses, were able to pick up some people from Mariupol, some people who'd already made their way out of Mariupol, about 2,000 or so. They were heading in, they wanted to go deeper, they wanted to get into the city itself, and they were travelling with a Red Cross convoy who was acting as an intermediary and hoping to get some aid into the city to the people who desperately need it. That's the part of the operation that hasn't worked. So on the whole, it's taken almost 2 days to have a partial success, which has resulted in, as I say, a couple of thousand people being rescued and pulled out. But on the whole, the numbers weren't as much as they had hoped, and indeed the aid, it would seem, hasn't got in. But our understanding and what they're all saying is they're going to try again tomorrow. They have no choice, really, because as you touched on, there are still so many people there, around 150,000 people. And as a representative of the Red Cross today said, they're running out of adjectives to try and describe just how terrible the conditions in that city are. They've been enduring them for weeks. They have very little food, water, heat, and of course they're still living with daily fighting as well. So there's a real urgent need to get people and supplies and empty buses in. It's just not working on any really noticeable scale so far. Eleni.
Yeah, and we knew it was going to be difficult and very complex, so it was something we'll be watching extensively. Phil, I want to talk about Chernobyl because we know that Russian forces have withdrawn, which is good news. But it's interesting to also hear that there were reports of some Russian military and soldiers in the Red Forest, which is contaminated. Tell me about what we know.
Well, I think it's interesting to note, Eleni, that the Russians themselves haven't commented on this particular withdrawal. This wasn't a region that they flagged when they talked about pulling some of their forces back and reducing their operations. But it's happened very suddenly. Chernobyl, the nuclear plant itself, the surrounding site, the contaminated area, contaminated as a result of that disaster back in 1986, that was all captured in the very early days of the war. And yes, they've now pulled out very suddenly. And what Ukrainian officials are saying is that that is because some of them were in the surrounding area, the contaminated area, building fortifications, digging trenches and so forth. And as a result, some of those soldiers very quickly, they say, experienced radiation sickness. They also say they don't know how significantly or to what extent they were exposed to radiation, how sick they became. But what they talk about is the impact that that had on the Russian soldiers. They didn't like it, and it created some sense of panic. This is all very difficult to verify, but this is the version of events from Ukrainian officials, and it may explain why they have suddenly pulled out of this location very quickly, very suddenly.
Right, Phil Black, thank you so much for that update. And we've been discussing that humanitarian convoy to Mariupol, which has had to now turn around. And it's part of a larger effort to rescue civilians from a reality that's all but unthinkable. CNN's Ivan Watson is in Zaporizhia, a city that's controlled by Ukrainian forces, and welcoming those who did manage to escape.
They're going to be coming to this place where police, where ambulances, where volunteers are standing by to help process. Now, this has been an kind of improvised hub. This is a superstore where people have been coming on their own, with their own privately owned vehicles day after day to try to escape Russian-occupied territory. Some people escaping from Mariupol, others escaping from villages and towns in the countryside in between Ukrainian-controlled territory and Russian-occupied territory. And they kind of come in here and they're processed. And there's a tremendous volunteer effort to help people who've suddenly been made homeless. So I'm going to take you into this. There's a metaphor here, perhaps. The superstore is called the epicenter, and I would say it is the epicenter of trying to help out the tens of thousands of people who've been displaced by this terrible conflict. So many of the people, when they come in, they can get donated clothing here, which was stacked up to the ceiling just a couple days ago. And you come into here and you have free food, hot tea, you have medics standing by, and you have support networks. This is particularly poignant for me, this bulletin board where people post all sorts of things like offering to fix people's shattered car windows, which have been hit by Russian shells in Mariupol, or information about missing loved ones.
And I'll be speaking with the head of the International Rescue Committee's Ukraine team later on in the show, and she'll be giving us more details about the humanitarian situation on the ground. Meanwhile, Ukrainians have retaken Irpinь, or what's left of it. The Kyiv suburb is still within range for Russian artillery, so it's off limits to civilians for now. CNN's Fred Pleitkin was granted rare access by Ukrainian forces, so you can see just how hard the city's residents had to fight.
There is no safe way to get into Irpinь. The only feasible route is on the back of a police special forces pickup truck on dirt paths. But even here, the earth is scorched after Russian troops shelled the trail. Ukrainian forces are taking us into this area on back roads because they say taking the main roads is simply much too dangerous. They want to show us the damage done when Russian forces tried to enter Kiev. Ukrainian authorities say this is still one of the most dangerous places in this war-torn country, and we immediately see why. We are driving right towards an area engulfed in smoke from artillery shelling. This is where Russian forces tried to push into Ukraine's capital, but were stopped and beaten back by the underdog Ukrainians. The battles here are fierce. Authorities say 50% of the city has been destroyed. To us, that number seems like an understatement.
We have to keep moving quickly because this place can get shelled anytime.
Ukraine's national police now patrols Irpin again, but their forces frequently come under fire, the chief tells me. Just yesterday, our officers who were searching for dead bodies, they were shot at with mortars, he says. They had to lay under the bridge and wait for it to stop. But the grim task of finding and taking out the many dead continues. More than 24 on this day alone. Some have been laying in the streets for weeks and can only now be removed. When Russian forces invaded Ukraine, they quickly advanced on the capital, Kiev, all the way to Irpin. Here, the Ukrainians stood and fought back. Vladimir Putin's army controlled large parts of Irpin, and the battle laid waste to much of this formerly wealthy suburb. And this was the epicenter, where we find burned-out Russian trucks and armored vehicles.
So this is the area where some of the heaviest fighting took place in Irpin, and as you can see, that there was a Russian armored vehicle which was completely annihilated. We do have to be very careful around here because there still could be unexploded munitions laying around.
We meet Volodymyr Rudenko, a local resident who says he stayed and took up arms when the Russians invaded. Always, there was not a single day when I left town, he says, even during the heaviest fighting. It must have been difficult, I ask. Just so you understand, he says, once there were 348 impacts in one area in one single hour. And the battle here is not over. Suddenly, Irpin's mayor shows up with a group of special forces saying they're looking for Russians possibly still hiding here. I ask him how it's going. We're working, he says. There's information that there are 2 Russian soldiers dressed in civilian clothes, but with our group, we're going to clean them up. Ukrainian forces say they will continue the fight and further push Russian forces away from their capital. The deputy interior minister saying they need the U.S.'s support to succeed.
What do you need from the United States?
Everything. Military support, first of all.
Weapons to help the Ukrainians expel the invading army, they hope, and finally bring this suburb out of the reach of Vladimir Putin's cannons. Fred Pleitkin, CNN, Irpin, Ukraine.
Incredible images out of Irpin. All right, and still to come tonight, Russia is pushing Europe to pay for its natural gas in rubles, but it may backfire and become the kickstart the EU needs to wean itself off Russian energy. Russian natural gas is still flowing to Europe for now. On Thursday, Vladimir Putin said unfriendly nations will need to start paying for their energy in Russian currency, starting today, or risk being cut off. Now, the Kremlin spokesperson says the payments in rubles are actually due at the end of this month. Either way, EU nations are refusing, so they'll stick to their contracts, which require payments in euros, and insisting they won't give in to what they call Moscow's blackmail. Richard Quest joins me now from Brussels. Russia needs the money. Europe needs the oil and gas. It's a showdown using currencies, and it's really smart on Putin's front because he knows that if he gets paid in rubles, that's going to prop up his currency.
Absolutely. And it's a case of chicken over oil in an extremely dangerous environment. Who's going to blink first? Now, Dmitry Peskov, the spokesman, said that, look, this is all rubbish that we're turning off the gas today, despite the fact that's pretty much what Putin said yesterday. He said, look, the way these contracts are written, we've got until the middle of the month into next month to pay for today's gas. So will they cut off the gas? Well, Europe seems to think that they've got time on their side. And it really is a question of European leaders saying, we won't be blackmailed, but recognizing they're not in a very strong position. However, they are brazening it out, as I heard from the Belgian Prime Minister this morning.
This shows that the economic sanctions do work, because it shows that Russia really is in trouble, and especially on the ruble currency, they're really in difficulties. Our position is that you cannot just change the terms of a contract. So we'll just stick to the position we had and the contracts we have. In any case, on the Belgian side, we're not very much exposed to that. Less than 5% of our consumption is coming from Russia. But let's see if Russia really pushes through, but the European position is a correct one. We won't be blackmailed.
And the long shot of it is that the way it's going to play out will be who blinks first. Moscow needs the money, the West needs the oil, and at the moment it's a question of threats with little action.
Absolutely. Richard, I mean, I have to say, one thing that strikes me is they say the sanctions are working. It is making it very difficult for those that still need to buy oil and gas or anything from Russia right now, extremely difficult. And Putin and his administration are trying to figure out ways and being very creative to get those funds in. Is this going to become increasingly difficult for him to achieve?
Yes. Because, as the Prime Minister also said, and the head of NATO told me, and you'll hear that tonight on Quest Means Business, these sanctions are not going away. Even if the fighting was to stop tonight, the sanctions will be with us for a long time. Think about the 2014 sanctions over Crimea. So the environment under which, the economic environment under which Russia has to live for the foreseeable future is going to be hard, getting harder and nasty. And as President Biden said earlier in the week, the goal of the sanctions was never to deter, but it is ultimately to get the result. And that's going to take a lot longer than just a week and a half.
So, Richard, I have to ask you, what do you think of the public display of camaraderie with the Russians and the Indians, and also talking about sort of figuring out how to make payments in different currencies? Is that concerning you?
If it was anybody else but India, yes, it would be concerning. But the India non-allied policy is so well known, and the way they have managed to navigate these relationships before is much more important than, say, for example, where you are, where Saudi and the UAE have pertinaciously refused to increase supply, pretty much thumbing their noses at the United States and waiting to see how the US is going to respond. In the case of India, they get much more leeway from the US in how they're going to adapt their policies, providing they don't, and they are not seen to, ultimately act against the United States or indeed Western interests. At the moment, the Indians are walking that fine line.
Quest Means Business coming up in 30 minutes. Richard, thank you so much for joining us. Great to have you on. And still to come tonight, More Russian assurances come up empty as rescuers fail again to reach civilians in the shattered city of Mariupol. We'll speak with a top humanitarian relief official inside Ukraine about the challenges they're facing. Also ahead, a look inside one Polish hospital treating women fleeing the war and one mother's experience escaping Ukraine at 8 months pregnant. A Red Cross team hoping today to get into Mariupol to arrange civilian evacuations has turned around, unable to reach the bombed-out city. The Red Cross says conditions are making it impossible to get there. Russia's military announced yesterday it would allow a humanitarian corridor linking Mariupol with Zaporizhia. Some 2,000 civilians who escaped earlier are on their way to Zaporizhia from the coast. But a Mariupol official says the Russians are not even allowing aid convoys into the devastated city. The International Rescue Committee is directly involved in helping manage civilian evacuations in Ukraine. It's Ukraine's team lead, Nora Love, who has been on the ground doing a lot of this work, joins me now live from inside the country. Thank you so much, Nora, for joining us. You know, when you see the devastation in Mariupol and those cities that have, of course, major reporting of tens of thousands of people that are trapped, what does that tell us about the current humanitarian situation playing out?
I mean, we call on all parties to adhere to the humanitarian laws and to allow us and others access and ability to deliver our services there. So we hope that all parties to the conflict will do the same.
Are you concerned about the humanitarian corridors constantly becoming increasingly complex and difficult? I mean, this is one case where we heard the Red Cross had to turn around talking about impossible situations that can't get aid into the city and people out.
Yes, I mean, the laws of war call on all parties to a conflict to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian relief to the people in need. And again, we look to all parties to help us deliver that aid.
Yeah. So talk to me about the humanitarian scenarios that are playing out, specifically in the east of the country. How concerned are you when you're hearing reports of people running out of food and water and that are trapped?
I mean, so IRC is focusing on working with both local partners to support the health system in eastern Ukraine. We're looking to work with local partners in delivering pharmaceutical supplies, equipment, and materials. And we'll also be looking to supply basic needs in response to trauma as they settle in the central and western part of Ukraine, or they continue the journey onwards to the European countries.
Have you been able to effectively reach some of those areas, and have you been able to deliver the requirements?
We're working with partners that have been able to reach the populations. So we will continue to support those partners that have that access.
Yeah, I mean, some of the numbers that we know, I mean, 4 million refugees confirmed to have fled Ukraine, so many more millions displaced within the country. What is your latest understanding of the security situation that is, of course, compounding the humanitarian one?
I mean, the situation makes it difficult for people in those areas to get out. And so, again, we're asking on all parties to respect the humanitarian laws and that they allow people to move freely.
Nora, very quickly, in terms of the assistance that you've been able to give, you were talking about medical supplies. What is most needed at this stage?
So the partners that we're working on are looking for mobile medical equipment, like the mobile ultrasounds and other things like that. But we're also providing, looking at providing pharmaceutical supplies and pharmaceuticals themselves. So just not the medical supplies, but the pharmaceuticals.
Yeah. All right, Nora, thank you very much for your time. We wish you all the best and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now to the story of one first-time mother who managed to escape Ukraine. Kristina Pavlyuchenko fled her home when the war began in late February, when she was 8 months pregnant. Now the mother of a newborn, CNN's Quang La spoke with Pavlyuchenko about the war and how it's already shaped her daughter's life. Let's take a look.
Born just hours ago in Poland, baby Adelina is already a survivor of the war in Ukraine. Is it hard to be happy?
Звичайно.
It is, she says. Adelina is Kristina Pavlyuchenko's first child.
Винною.
You feel guilty? Why?
Тому що поїхав.
Because I left, she says. Left her home in western Ukraine. The war had begun. The bombing neared their city. Pavlyuchenko escaped by bus, then walked on foot across the border. Paramedics rushed her to the hospital. She delivered Adelina a month early, separated from her family.
Мама, сестра.
My mother, sister, grandparents still in Ukraine. He's killing our people, she says, of Vladimir Putin. How could anyone be so cruel?
I'm terrified. I'm terrified that something like this can happen, that you can lead your everyday life and all of a sudden, because of decisions that you have no influence upon, there is a war and you have to flee. It's unbelievable. It's terrifying.
Dr. Magda Duch is a psychiatrist at Inflanka Specialist Hospital in Warsaw. The hospital, focused on treating women, has seen 80 Ukrainian patients this month, delivered 11 babies, and treated cancer patients like 58-year-old Tatiana Mikhailuk. I ran with my granddaughter in my arms, she says. Missiles had already blown out the windows in their building. As they fled, something exploded next to their car. Her city is now occupied by Russians. She's grateful for her doctors at the hospital and the free health care in Poland that's treating her cervical cancer. Christina is one of the doctors. We're not using her last name because she herself is also a refugee from Ukraine, a mother of a 5-year-old and the wife of a Ukrainian military man.
Your husband?
My husband has been in the military since 2014. At the moment, he's in Lviv.
So you had to leave your husband behind?
Yes, she says. Now in Warsaw, I can't sit and do nothing, she says. I have this opportunity here to help women who fled the country. With each breath, baby Adelina offers her mother a respite from the war.
What will you tell your daughter about her birth?
The truth, she says. We will tell her everything as it was. She should know the truth. All the Ukrainian patients you've seen in this story, that health care is being covered by the government of Poland, including all the care once they leave the hospital. And they're not the only ones. The Ministry of Health here in Poland says 197 Ukrainian children have been born in Poland since this war began. Kyung La, CNN, Warsaw, Poland.
Some 300,000 refugees are now in Hungary. They face tough new challenges in a new country, but are finding ways to adapt with the help of some of the other people who have fled the invasion. CNN's Matt Rivers reports.
In the play area of a temporary refugee shelter in Zahun, Hungary, kids sketch out their recent traumas on paper. Burning tanks drawn in crayon. Deadly battles fill out the chalkboard. Just outside that tent, Anmal Gupta can't erase their pain, but he can get one of those kids a stuffed animal and a smile in the process.
When someone says, "I'm scared," what do you say to them?
Then we tell them what's going to happen next and everything will be okay, so you don't have to worry. Cool. And then I start joking with them, so a little bit there.
You're good at that.
Yes, yes, that I know.
A smile, he says, goes a long way. Anmal is a volunteer, having spent the last month just across the Ukraine border, helping weary Ukrainians navigate the first few steps of new lives as refugees in Hungary. The native of northern India is fluent in Russian, a skill honed over his years studying for a medical degree in the city of Kharkiv, Ukraine. He was living there when the bombs first started falling. His apartment was destroyed, his motorcycle hit by bullets and shrapnel, and his nights spent in bomb shelters. He fled to Hungary, but still, he wanted to help. As a foreigner, he says, he lost very little, while his friends, Ukrainians, have lost everything.
Is that part of the motivation that you have for being here?
Yes, it can be, because I have been with them for 9 years. And it feels like they are also my family.
And he's not the only foreigner once living in Ukraine that still wants to help. Behind Kiosk Restaurant's fancy dining room in Budapest works a man who just 2 weeks ago was fleeing from explosions. Even Ezredo works in the kitchen, but in early March, he was in Kharkiv. He fled when the Russians attacked.
So, were you scared?
Yeah, I was so scared, because all the bombing stuff, it's also shaking our building.
He was studying there for a degree in business administration and wants to go back. But for now, he and his colleagues spend a part of their day cooking free meals for refugees.
At least I'm helping so that they are going to give some people food, some people that doesn't have anything to eat.
Back at the border, hundreds of refugees are headed in Budapest's direction. Anmol picks up some tickets, hands them out, then picks up some bags, and walks people to the train. He has done this every single day for a month now. So from us, a question.
How long do you think you're going to stay here?
As long as needed.
As long as needed. And when will that be?
No idea. That's the thing. I have no idea. But I believe that there will be some point when people will stop coming.
But that time hasn't yet come. And so he keeps helping, amidst a crowd of people who need it. It's right where he wants to be. Matt Rivers, CNN, on the Hungary-Ukraine border.
We'll be back right after this short break. Stay with us. The draw is set, and we now know the groups for football's biggest stage, this year's World Cup starting in November in Qatar. This tournament has some milestones attached to it. It's the first World Cup to be held in the Middle East, and because of the climate here, and of course in Qatar specifically, it's the first that won't be held in the summer months. Here to break down the groups and talk some more about this year's World Cup, we've got Amanda Davies joining us now from Doha. I love how the fates of these 32 teams have been set by random draw, and I've been looking through some of the groups and they look fascinating.
Absolutely, Eleni. The headline, who says football and politics don't mix? The FIFA president Gianni Infantino opened the draw talking about the aggressive, divided world that we're in at the moment, and said the call from the football community to world leaders is for peace, to start dialogue, to end the conflict and the war. And then the draw took place, and then Iran and the USA were drawn in the same group, along with England and the winner of the playoff, the European playoff that has been postponed because of the conflict in Ukraine. Ukraine still hope to be able to take part in that game, so it will be either Ukraine, Wales or Scotland as the fourth and final team in Group B. If you can put the politics to one side, you have to say the England manager Gareth Southgate will be quite pleased with that as a draw. It was Spain, the 2010 winners who got the team that everybody was hoping to avoid from pot 2. That is Germany. There were real gasps in the room behind me when their name came out of the hat in Group E, because they are a team in some great form. They're unbeaten under their new coach Hansi Flick, and will be very much looking to make amends for what was a really disappointing group stage exit 4 years ago in Russia. The defending champions France, they've been drawn against Denmark and Tunisia, and one of the intercontinental playoff winners. Their coach Didier Deschamps went up on the stage and cheekily tried to take the trophy with him after he appeared, but if only it was that easy. This is where the hard work really starts for the coaches and their teams ahead of the big kickoff November the 21st, when Qatar make their World Cup debut against Ecuador.
Yeah, first time in the Middle East, and nothing like a bit of sport to bring everyone together in the time of immense geopolitics and tensions. Amanda Davies, thank you so very much. Great to have you on. All right, now the producer of the Oscars is shedding some light on the shocking scene at this year's Academy Awards ceremony. Will Packer says host Chris Rock didn't want to make a bad situation worse by pressing charges against actor Will Smith after Smith slapped him. Speaking with ABC, Packer says he initially thought the slap was part of a joke and that the incident sucked the life out of that room and it never came back. And still to come tonight, how two Ukrainian filmmakers made a movie about a Russian invasion and then saw it become a reality.
Ну, у вас і робота. Не повіриш, вчилась на археології.
When two Ukrainian filmmakers made a movie about war between Ukraine and Russia, they didn't know how eerily correct their predictions would be. 3 years after creating Atlantis, reality is mirroring their art, and now they're turning their cameras to document this conflict. But despite the destruction of their homeland, they remain positive and resolute about their future. Take a listen. When Russian bombs hit the first Ukrainian cities, it was a shock, but not a surprise to Ukrainian filmmakers Valentin Vasyanovich and Vladimir Yatsenko. In fact, they'd spent months of their lives imagining it. Set in 2025, their film Atlantis depicts a desolate Ukraine ravaged by a brutal Russian invasion. They imagine a remarkable victory, but at a huge cost. The Ukraine they knew, torn to pieces, graveyards stretching for miles.
В принципі, все відбувається, як я собі уявляв. Як ці війни відбуваються, вони починаються з різних причин, а тривають і закінчуються всі однаково трупами, смертю, болю, інфраструктурою зруйнованою. І я показую результати війни і
Most of the actors you see on screen are veterans themselves, who know the violence of war all too well.
Так, це правда. Ми дійсно з самого початку було прийнято рішення не запрошувати на кастинги професійних акторів. І ми почали шукати людей, котрі дійсно пройшли цю війну, тому що в їхніх очах, на їхньому обличчі є травма, котру вони винесли з цієї війни.
As cities they know become war zones, Valentin and Vladimir have been on the ground documenting the experience of ordinary people.
We shot several days for evacuation of some suburbs nearby Kiev, which called Irpinь, and it was first time when we faced the cruelty of the war, because it was the Russian people who bomb shelling us during this evacuation of civilians, and we tried to do it as best as we can, because it's going to be kind of historical document what's happened with all of us.
And if the time comes to fight, both say they'll be ready.
We're still fighting for our right to exist, and just to understand that I mean, it's not something which we can negotiate. I mean, it's all we survive and be a separate nation, or we're gonna be enslaved. Don't be afraid to fight for your own future, because we have a common future. All of us, all the world now is connected.
We have a common future. Wise words. Thanks very much for watching tonight. I'm Eleni Jokas. Stay with CNN. Quest Means Business is up next. Have a fantastic weekend.
may officially be spring, but it was a snowy day in Brussels. Snow on the ground and a choppy day for stocks overall. Look at the market. The Dow is now climbing, having been down up and down all day. You get the idea. That's a sort of a lack of direction over the course of the day, but they are finding a footing in the final hour of trade. The markets and the events that we need to bring to your attention today. Tonight, the Belgian Prime Minister tells me we are at economic war with Russia, but dragging Europe into a military conflict will not help Ukraine. NATO Secretary General tells me Russia is regrouping, not withdrawing. And a key recession signal flashes in the United States. You're going to hear about the inverted yield curve on a Friday. We are live in Brussels. No April Fools, it is April the 1st. I'm Richard Quest. I mean business. Good evening tonight from Brussels. The weather turned nasty and the snow started falling, so the better part of valour, and we rushed inside. But we still got for you the European Commission behind me, and Ukraine is remaining a major test on a variety of fronts for the EU, not least oil and gas, as we discussed last night. There are leading voices who will be joining me on tonight's programme from the EU and from NATO. You will also hear tonight a moving interview from the Chief Executive of Air Baltic, that's Martin Gauss. Let's begin though tonight. Last night we told you that Russia was threatening to turn off the gas. Tonight that gas is still flowing. This is despite the Kremlin saying that if money wasn't paid in rubles, they would stop the gas today. However, now the Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov says there are no cuts because the payment isn't due until the end of the month. You recall what the